Ever wonder why some people tackle tough challenges with ease while others struggle? The audiobook, Manipulate Yourself, Train Your Brain to Do Hard Things, reveals the psychological secrets to making difficult tasks feel natural. Master 9 proven strategies that transform procrastination into productivity and resistance into resilience. Without these techniques, you'll continue battling willpower instead of building systems that make hard things second nature, and miss the life-changing achievements waiting on the other side of difficulty. Chapter 1. Self-Manipulation. The alarm blares at 5 a.m. Your hand instinctively reaches for the snooze button. 5 more minutes. Just 5 more minutes of blissful sleep. Your mind, still foggy with dreams, begins its familiar dance of excuses. I'm too tired. I can start tomorrow. One day won't matter. Before you know it, your morning workout, the one you promised yourself you'd commit to, becomes another victim of your brain's remarkable ability to talk you out of doing hard things. We've all been there. That moment when we face something difficult, uncomfortable, or challenging, and our brain immediately begins constructing elaborate justifications for why we should avoid it. This isn't a character flaw or a sign of weakness. It's simply how our brains are wired. Evolution has programmed us to conserve energy and avoid discomfort. For our ancestors, this was a survival mechanism. For us, it's often the greatest obstacle standing between who we are and who we want to become. But what if you could turn the tables? What if, instead of letting your brain manipulate you into taking the easy path, you could manipulate your brain into embracing challenge? What if you could hack your own psychology to make difficult tasks feel easier, more rewarding, and even enjoyable? This is the art of self-manipulation, the deliberate restructuring of how you perceive and approach challenging tasks to override your brain's natural resistance. It's about becoming the puppet master of your own mind rather than remaining a puppet controlled by your instincts and impulses. In the pages that follow, we'll explore powerful techniques to outsmart your brain's comfort-seeking tendencies. You'll discover how to reframe challenges, trick your reward system, and design your environment to make hard things feel more doable. These aren't just theoretical concepts. They're practical tools that have helped countless individuals transform their relationship with difficult tasks. The journey begins with understanding the enemy, your own mental resistance. Before we go on, I invite you to download the free executive summary of this book, which contains the key ideas and takeaways of each chapter. Studies show that engaging with content in multiple formats significantly enhances learning and retention. Click the first link in the description to claim your free executive summary and maximize your learning potential. It's free for now, but it won't be forever, so make sure to grab it while you can. Recognizing mental resistance. Mental resistance is the invisible force that rises up whenever you contemplate doing something difficult. It's that sudden urge to check your phone when you sit down to work on a challenging project. It's the voice that whispers, "You can start your diet on Monday," as you reach for another cookie. It's the mysterious fatigue that appears only when you think about cleaning out the garage. This resistance takes many forms, and recognizing its patterns is the first step toward overcoming it. Here are some common manifestations. The excuse generator. Your mind rapidly produces plausible-sounding reasons why now isn't the right time. I'm too busy. I'm not in the right headspace. I need more information before I start. The distraction seeker. Suddenly, anything else seems more urgent or interesting than the task at hand. Checking email, organizing your desk, or scrolling through social media becomes irresistibly appealing. The comfort gravitator. Your brain pulls you toward comfortable, familiar activities rather than challenging ones, much like a planet's gravity pulls objects toward its surface. The overwhelm spiral. Your mind magnifies the difficulty of the task until it seems impossibly complex, leading to paralysis. The perfectionist trap. You convince yourself that conditions must be perfect before you begin, ensuring you never actually start. Why does this happen? Your brain is essentially trying to protect you. From an evolutionary perspective, conserving energy and avoiding potential threats or survival advantages. Your brain doesn't distinguish between the physical threat of a predator and the psychological threat of potential failure or discomfort. It treats both as dangers to be avoided. Additionally, your brain is wired to seek immediate rewards rather than delayed gratification. The pleasure centers in your brain light up when you receive an instant reward, reinforcing behaviors that provide quick hits of dopamine. Unfortunately, most worthwhile endeavors require delayed gratification, putting in effort now for rewards that may not materialize for weeks, months, or even years. Understanding these mechanisms doesn't make them disappear, but it does give you the awareness needed to counter them. When you recognize that your reluctance to start a difficult project isn't a personal failing, but a predictable biological response, you can approach it with compassion and strategy rather than self-criticism. The next time you feel resistance rising, pause and name it. This is just my brain trying to protect me from discomfort. This simple act of recognition creates a crucial space between stimulus and response, a space where you can choose a different path. With this awareness in place, let's explore how to reframe challenges in ways that bypass your brain's resistance. And before we continue, make sure to subscribe to Grow to the Top and activate notifications to receive more self-improvement tips that will supercharge your growth. And make sure to give this video a thumbs up and share it with your friends. It really helps the channel grow. Thank you for your support. Reframing the challenge. How you perceive a task dramatically influences how difficult it feels. Consider two people facing the same challenge, running a mile. The first sees it as painful punishment, focusing on burning lungs and aching legs. The second frames it as an opportunity to build strength and clear their mind. Same activity, completely different experiences. Reframing is the art of deliberately changing your perspective on a task to make it more appealing or manageable. It's not about denying reality, but about choosing which aspects of reality you focus on. One powerful reframing technique is to view difficult tasks as opportunities rather than obligations. When you have to do something, it feels like a burden. When you get to do something, it becomes a privilege. This subtle shift in language can significantly impact your motivation. For example, instead of thinking, "I have to prepare this presentation," try, "I get to share my ideas with colleagues who might benefit from them." Rather than, "I have to study for this exam," consider, "I get to deepen my understanding of a subject that will help me achieve my goals." Another effective reframe is to focus on the process rather than the outcome. When you fixate solely on results, each step feels like a tedious means to an end. By finding value in the process itself, you transform the journey into its own reward. A writer who focuses only on finishing their book might find each writing session grueling. But one who appreciates the daily act of creation, the flow of ideas, the crafting of sentences, the gradual improvement of their skills, finds joy in the work itself. You can also reframe challenges as experiments rather than tests. A test implies pass or fail, success or failure. An experiment is about gathering data and learning, regardless of the outcome. This shift removes the pressure of perfection and opens you to growth. When starting a new exercise routine, don't think of it as a test of your willpower or fitness. Instead, view it as an experiment. "I'm curious to see how my body responds to this type of movement," or "I wonder which time of day works best for my energy levels." Let's explore two particularly powerful reframing techniques, gamification and the as-if principle. Gamification. Humans are naturally drawn to games. We'll voluntarily spend hours solving puzzles, overcoming obstacles, and pursuing arbitrary goals in game environments, activities we might otherwise find tedious. Gamification harnesses this tendency by adding game-like elements to non-game contexts. To gamify a challenging task, consider incorporating these elements. Points and scoring. Track your progress numerically. If you're trying to write a book, count your daily word count. If you're learning a language, tally new vocabulary words mastered. Challenges and levels. Break the task into progressively difficult stages. For a fitness goal, you might start at Level 1, walk 15 minutes daily, and work up to Level 10, complete a 5K run. Competition. Create friendly competition with others, or often more effectively with yourself. Try to beat your previous score or time. Time constraints. Set a timer and challenge yourself to accomplish as much as possible before it runs out. The Pomodoro technique, working in focused 25-minute sprints, uses this principle effectively. Rewards. Establish clear rewards for reaching milestones. These can be as simple as a checkmark on a calendar or as elaborate as a planned celebration. A corporate lawyer transformed her document review process, typically considered the most tedious part of her job, by creating a personal game. She set up a point system, 1 point per page, 5 bonus points for finding a significant issue, timed herself to beat her previous records, and rewarded herself with short breaks after reaching certain thresholds. What was once the most dreaded part of her day became a personal challenge she actually looked forward to. As-if principle. The as-if principle, popularized by psychologist William James, suggests that action can lead to feeling rather than just the other way around. In other words, if you act as if you're motivated, confident, or enthusiastic, those feelings often follow. This principle works because your brain looks to your behavior for cues about how you should feel. When you act in a certain way, your brain thinks, "I must feel this way," or "I wouldn't be acting like this," and adjusts your emotions accordingly. To apply the as-if principle, identify someone who excels at or enjoys the task you find difficult. How do they approach it? What's their mindset? How do they carry themselves? Adopt their behaviors and mannerisms. If you're struggling with public speaking, observe confident speakers. Notice their posture, breathing, and speaking pace, then emulate those qualities. Use language that reflects your desired mindset. Instead of saying, "I'm trying to exercise more," say, "I'm an active person who prioritizes movement." Dress the part. Your clothing affects your mindset. Wearing workout clothes can make you more likely to exercise, just as dressing professionally can help you feel more confident in a business setting. A struggling student applied this principle to his study habits. Instead of approaching his textbooks with dread, he asked himself, how would a passionate scholar approach this material? He began taking notes as if he were preparing to teach the subject, sitting up straight at his desk rather than slouching, and discussing concepts enthusiastically with classmates. Gradually, his pretend interest evolved into genuine curiosity. By reframing challenges through gamification or the as-if principle, you bypass your brain's initial resistance. The task doesn't change, but your perception of it transforms dramatically. What once felt like a burden becomes an opportunity, a game, or an expression of your ideal self. Now, let's explore another powerful self-manipulation strategy, tricking your reward system. Trick your reward system. Your brain's reward system evolved to motivate behaviors that promote survival and reproduction. It releases dopamine, a neurotransmitter associated with pleasure and satisfaction when you engage in activities like eating, socializing, or sex. This chemical reward reinforces these behaviors, making you want to repeat them. The challenge with many difficult but worthwhile tasks is that the rewards are often delayed or intangible. Studying doesn't provide immediate pleasure, even though it leads to knowledge and opportunities. Exercise might be uncomfortable in the moment, despite its long-term health benefits. To overcome this challenge, you can deliberately manipulate your reward system to create immediate positive reinforcement for difficult tasks. Here are 2 powerful approaches. Temptation bundling. Temptation bundling, a concept developed by behavioral economist Catherine Milkman, involves pairing something you want to do, a temptation, with something you need to do, a difficult task. The key is that you only allow yourself to enjoy the temptation while engaging in the challenging activity. For example, only listen to your favorite podcast while exercising. Only enjoy a specialty coffee while working on your most challenging work project. Only watch a particular TV show while folding laundry or doing household chores. This strategy creates an immediate reward for starting the difficult task, leveraging the pull of the temptation to overcome your initial resistance. Over time, your brain begins to associate the challenging activity with pleasure, reducing your resistance further. A graduate student who struggled with writing her dissertation implemented temptation bundling by only allowing herself to drink her favorite specialty tea while writing. She also saved her favorite music playlist exclusively for writing sessions. These small pleasures made sitting down to write significantly more appealing, and eventually the writing process itself became more enjoyable as her brain formed positive associations. Self-bribery. Self-bribery is the straightforward practice of rewarding yourself for completing difficult tasks. While similar to temptation bundling, it differs in that the reward comes after the task rather than during it. Effective self-bribery follows these principles. Make the reward proportional to the effort. Small tasks get small rewards. Significant accomplishments deserve more substantial celebrations. Be specific about what earns the reward. If I complete this project proposal today, I'll take myself out for dinner, is more effective than a vague promise of a future treat. Honor your promises to yourself. If you've earned the reward, give it to yourself without guilt or hesitation. This builds trust in your own reward system. Choose rewards that don't undermine your progress. If you're trying to eat healthier, rewarding yourself with junk food sends mixed signals to your brain. Find rewards that align with or at least don't conflict with your goals. A software developer created a tiered reward system for tackling challenging coding problems. Small victories earned him a short walk outside. Completing medium difficulty tasks allowed him 30 minutes of guilt-free gaming. Major breakthroughs warranted a dinner at his favorite restaurant. This system gave him something to look forward to during difficult work and acknowledged his efforts in a tangible way. Both temptation bundling and self-bribery work because they bridge the gap between immediate gratification and long-term rewards. They give your brain the dopamine hit it craves while simultaneously moving you toward your larger goals. It's important to note that these strategies aren't about bribing yourself indefinitely. As you progress, the intrinsic rewards of the activity itself, mastery, accomplishment, pride, often become sufficient motivation. The external rewards are training wheels that help you get started and build momentum. Now, let's turn our attention to another powerful self-manipulation strategy, designing your environment to support your goals. Environment hacks. Your environment shapes your behavior far more than most people realize. The objects, spaces, and stimuli around you constantly cue certain actions and make others more difficult. By deliberately designing your environment, you can make hard tasks easier and undesirable behaviors more challenging. This approach acknowledges a fundamental truth. Willpower is a limited resource. Rather than relying solely on self-control to overcome temptation or resistance, you can arrange your surroundings to require less willpower in the first place. Here are several effective environment hacks. Reduce friction for desired behaviors. Make the right thing the easy thing. Place your running shoes by the door if you want to exercise more. Keep a water bottle on your desk if you're trying to stay hydrated. Prepare healthy snacks in advance if you're working on nutrition. Increase friction for unwanted behaviors. Make the wrong thing harder to do. Put your phone in another room while working. Use website blockers during focused work periods. Store tempting items out of sight, or better yet, don't bring them into your home at all. Use visual cues. Our brains process visual information quickly and automatically. Post reminders, goals, or inspiring quotes where you'll see them regularly. Use color coding or symbols to prioritize tasks. Create visual progress trackers for long-term projects. Leverage social environments. Surround yourself with people who support your goals, or, better yet, share them. Join groups, classes, or communities focused on the difficult thing you're trying to master. The social pressure and encouragement can significantly boost your motivation. Create dedicated spaces. Designate specific areas for specific activities. Having a workspace used only for focused work trains your brain to enter a productive state when you're in that environment. Similarly, a space dedicated to exercise, meditation, or creative pursuits can trigger the appropriate mindset as soon as you enter it. A writer struggling with distractions transformed her productivity by creating a writing-only desk in a corner of her apartment. This desk had no internet connection, held only her laptop, with social media apps removed, and a notebook, and faced a blank wall. She established a rule that this space was exclusively for writing. No email, no browsing, no phone. When she sat at this desk, her brain quickly learned to associate the environment with focused creation. What had previously required immense willpower, avoiding distractions while writing, became almost automatic in this carefully designed space. Environment design is particularly powerful because it works continuously, often below the level of conscious awareness. While reframing and reward strategies require active implementation, a well-designed environment supports your goals even when you're not thinking about them. Consider how you can apply these principles to your specific challenges. What environmental changes would reduce friction for the difficult tasks you face? How could you arrange your surroundings to naturally prompt the behaviors you want to cultivate? Embracing the new mindset. As you implement these self-manipulation strategies, reframing challenges, tricking your reward system, and hacking your environment, something remarkable begins to happen. The difficult tasks that once required immense willpower gradually become easier, even enjoyable. What started as deliberate manipulation evolves into genuine preference. This transformation occurs through a process psychologists call internalization. Initially, you engage in the challenging behavior because of external factors, rewards, environmental cues, or conscious reframing. Over time, as you experience the benefits and build positive associations, the motivation shifts inward. You begin to value the activity itself, not just its outcomes or the rewards you've attached to it. A reluctant runner might start using temptation bundling, only allowing herself to listen to an engaging audiobook while running. At first, the audiobook is the primary motivation. But after weeks of consistent running, she notices improvements in her energy, mood, and physical capability. The pride of seeing her progress, the endorphin rush during and after runs, and the sense of accomplishment all become rewards in themselves. Eventually, she might run even without the audiobook, having developed an intrinsic appreciation for the activity she once avoided. This process doesn't happen overnight. It requires consistent application of the strategies we've discussed. Each time you successfully use self-manipulation to complete a difficult task, you're not just accomplishing that specific goal, you're also rewiring your brain's associations and strengthening your capacity for future challenges. The key to embracing this new mindset is patience and self-compassion. There will be days when the strategies don't work as well, when old resistance patterns resurface, or when external circumstances make consistency difficult. These setbacks don't indicate failure. They're natural parts of any meaningful change process. When you encounter resistance, treat it with curiosity rather than judgment. Ask yourself, which strategy might work best for this particular challenge? Is there a different way I could reframe this task? Have I designed my environment optimally? Would a different reward be more motivating? This experimental approach keeps you engaged and learning, even when progress seems slow. Each adjustment refines your personal system of self-manipulation, making it increasingly effective for your unique preferences and challenges. Over time, you'll develop what psychologists call meta-awareness, the ability to observe your own mental processes. You'll catch resistance as it arises, recognize the excuses your brain generates, and respond with the appropriate strategy before procrastination takes hold. This skill alone is invaluable, extending beyond any specific task to enhance your overall relationship with difficult challenges. The ultimate goal isn't to manipulate yourself indefinitely, but to transform your fundamental relationship with hard things. Through consistent practice, you're training your brain to see challenges as opportunities rather than threats, to focus on growth rather than comfort, and to value process as much as outcome. A software engineer who initially dreaded learning a complex new programming language applied these self-manipulation strategies diligently. He gamified the learning process, created a distraction-free environment, and rewarded himself for reaching milestones. 6 months later, when faced with another technical challenge, he noticed something had changed. Instead of resistance, he felt curiosity. Instead of dread, he felt a quiet confidence. The strategies were still helpful, but they were no longer necessary to get him started. His relationship with difficult learning had fundamentally shifted. This transformation represents the true power of self-manipulation, not just completing individual hard tasks, but becoming the kind of person who embraces challenges as a natural part of growth. When this shift occurs, the strategies become less about forcing yourself to do what you resist and more about enhancing what you already value. As you move forward with these techniques, remember that the goal isn't perfection, but progress. Each time you successfully manipulate yourself into doing something difficult, you're building evidence that you can overcome resistance. This evidence gradually reshapes your self-concept until eventually the person who does hard things isn't someone you're pretending to be. It's who you actually are. The journey of self-manipulation is ultimately about freedom. Freedom from the limitations of your brain's default settings, freedom to choose growth over comfort, and freedom to become the person you aspire to be. By understanding and working with your psychology rather than against it, you unlock capabilities that might otherwise remain dormant. In the chapters ahead, we'll build on this foundation, exploring how to master your emotions, think strategically, and achieve states of flow that make difficult tasks not just doable, but deeply satisfying. But first, you might be wondering, if our brains are so skilled at avoiding discomfort, how can we harness the power of emotions, even negative ones, to fuel our progress rather than hinder it? The answer lies in a counterintuitive approach to our feelings, one that transforms what most people consider obstacles into powerful allies. Chapter 2: Emotional Control. Your hands tremble slightly as you stare at the blank document on your screen. The deadline looms just hours away, yet you can't seem to type a single word. Your heart pounds in your chest. Your mind races with thoughts of failure. What if it's not good enough? What if everyone hates it? What if this proves once and for all that you're an imposter who doesn't belong here? This isn't just about writer's block or procrastination. This is about something far more powerful and pervasive: the emotional barriers that stand between you and the difficult tasks you need to accomplish. We often think of hard tasks purely in terms of skill or willpower. Can I do this? Do I know how? Am I disciplined enough? But beneath these questions lurks a more fundamental challenge: the emotions that arise when we face something difficult. Fear, anxiety, frustration, doubt. These feelings can paralyze us more effectively than any lack of knowledge or ability. In the previous chapter, we explored how to manipulate your mind through reframing, rewards, and environmental design. These strategies are powerful, but they're only part of the equation. To truly master difficult tasks, you must also learn to navigate the emotional landscape that accompanies them. This is where many people go wrong. They try to ignore their emotions, push them away, or power through them with sheer force of will. But emotions don't disappear when ignored. They go underground, influencing your behavior in ways you don't recognize. The person who claims, "I don't get nervous before a big presentation," isn't transcending emotion. They're simply disconnected from it. And that disconnection often leads to suboptimal performance. The alternative isn't to be ruled by your emotions, letting every fear or frustration dictate your actions. Instead, it's learning to work with your emotions, understanding them, managing them, and ultimately channeling them to fuel your progress rather than hinder it. This is emotional control, not the suppression of feelings, but the skillful navigation of them. It's about developing a relationship with your emotional life that empowers rather than constrains you. In the pages that follow, we'll explore practical techniques for developing this skill. You'll learn how to identify what you're feeling, befriend even difficult emotions, reframe fear and stress, calm yourself in challenging moments, and channel emotional energy into productive action. These tools will transform your relationship not just with difficult tasks, but with your own internal experience. Let's begin with a simple but powerful practice that forms the foundation of emotional control. Name it to tame it. Imagine you're about to give an important presentation. Your heart races, your palms sweat, and your mind floods with worst-case scenarios. Most people in this situation do one of two things. They either try to suppress these feelings, stop being nervous, or they get swept away by them. I'm so anxious, I can't think straight. But there's a third option, one that neuroscience research has shown to be remarkably effective: simply naming what you feel. I'm feeling anxious right now. This practice, putting your emotions into words, has a profound effect on your brain. When you accurately label an emotion, you activate your prefrontal cortex, the rational, executive part of your brain. This activation helps regulate the amygdala, the brain's alarm system responsible for triggering emotional responses. In other words, naming your emotions helps shift brain activity from emotional centers to rational ones. It's like turning on a light in a dark room. Suddenly, what seemed overwhelming becomes visible, defined, and more manageable. This effect is so well documented that neuroscientist Dr. Daniel Siegel coined the phrase "name it to tame it" to describe how labeling emotions helps regulate them. It's a simple practice with profound implications. To use this technique effectively, be specific. I'm feeling overwhelmed is better than I feel bad. I'm anxious about forgetting my points during the presentation is even more precise and therefore more effective. Use I statements. Say, I feel frustrated, rather than, this is frustrating. This small shift acknowledges that the emotion belongs to you rather than being an objective truth about the situation. Avoid judgment. Notice the difference between I feel anxious and I'm being ridiculous. The first simply names the emotion. The second criticizes yourself for having it. Say it out loud or write it down. Vocalizing or writing the emotion creates more distance than just thinking about it. When you face a difficult task and notice emotional resistance arising, pause and ask yourself, what am I feeling right now? Give yourself permission to acknowledge whatever emerges without judgment or the need to immediately fix it. Simply naming the emotion is often enough to reduce its intensity. This practice might seem too simple to be effective. How can merely labeling an emotion change your experience of it? But the research is clear. Putting feelings into words helps regulate emotional reactivity. One study found that participants who labeled negative emotions showed reduced amygdala activity and increased activity in regions associated with cognitive control. Naming emotions works because it helps you distinguish between having an emotion and being that emotion. When you're swept up in anxiety, you don't think I'm experiencing anxiety. You think I am anxious. This subtle difference has major implications. If you are your anxiety, there's no separation, no space for choice or response. But if you're experiencing anxiety, if you can observe it, then you're already somewhat free from its grip. This distinction is the foundation of emotional control. It creates the crucial space between stimulus and response where your power lies. In that space, you can choose how to relate to the emotion rather than being automatically driven by it. The next time you face a difficult task and feel resistance, try this simple practice. Name what you're feeling as specifically as possible. Notice how the act of labeling creates a small but significant shift in your experience. This is the first step toward transforming your relationship with emotions from one of reactivity to one of skillful response. With this foundation in place, let's explore how to take your relationship with emotions even deeper. Befriend your feelings. Most of us have been taught, explicitly or implicitly, that certain emotions are bad. Fear is weakness. Anxiety is failure. Frustration means you're doing something wrong. This judgment creates an adversarial relationship with our emotional lives. We're constantly fighting against negative feelings, trying to eliminate them. But what if these emotions aren't enemies to be vanquished, but messengers bearing important information? What if the very feelings you've been trying to silence are actually trying to help you. This perspective, befriending your emotions rather than fighting them, transforms your relationship with difficult tasks. Instead of being derailed by fear or frustration, you can learn from these emotions and work with them rather than against them. Consider fear. When you're about to do something challenging, give a speech, have a difficult conversation, learn a complex new skill, fear often arises. The conventional response is to see this fear as a problem, an obstacle to overcome. But what if fear is actually highlighting the importance of what you're about to do? Fear and anxiety often signal that you're pushing beyond your comfort zone, that you're engaging with something that matters to you. If you never felt fear, you'd likely never grow. By reframing fear as a natural companion on the path to growth rather than an enemy blocking your way, you transform your relationship with it. Similarly, frustration typically arises when something is more difficult than expected or when your progress is blocked. Rather than seeing this as a sign that you should give up, you can view frustration as information about where you need to adjust your approach or expectations. It's not a stop sign, but a detour sign, guiding you toward a more effective path. Even emotions like boredom can be reframed as helpful signals. Boredom might indicate that you're not being challenged enough, that you're ready for the next level of difficulty, or that you need to find a new angle on the task to engage your interest. Befriending your emotions doesn't mean you always enjoy them. It means you stop fighting them and start listening to them. You approach them with curiosity rather than judgment, asking, "What is this emotion trying to tell me? How might it be trying to help me?" This shift from resistance to acceptance is powerful. Psychological research consistently shows that trying to suppress emotions often backfires, making them stronger and more persistent. In contrast, accepting emotions, even difficult ones, tends to reduce their intensity and duration. A study by psychologists at the University of Toronto found that participants who were instructed to accept their emotions showed greater psychological well-being than those who were told to suppress them. Acceptance didn't mean wallowing in negative feelings. It meant acknowledging them without judgment and allowing them to be present without trying to push them away. This acceptance creates space for a more skillful response. When you're not using all your energy fighting against an emotion, you have more resources available to work with it productively. To practice befriending your emotions, welcome whatever arises. When you notice an emotion in response to a difficult task, mentally say, "Hello, fear," or "Welcome, frustration." This simple acknowledgement shifts your relationship from adversarial to accepting. Get curious. Ask yourself, what might this emotion be trying to tell me? What information or wisdom might it hold? Approach your feelings with genuine interest rather than immediate judgment. Thank the emotion. Recognize that even difficult emotions are trying to serve you in some way. Fear is trying to keep you safe. Frustration is trying to help you improve. Acknowledging this can transform your relationship with these feelings. Remember that befriending your emotions doesn't mean being ruled by them. You're not saying, "Because I feel afraid, I should avoid this task." You're saying, "I notice I feel afraid, and I understand this is a natural response to challenge. What might this fear be telling me that could help me approach this task more effectively?" This approach creates a collaborative relationship with your emotional life rather than a combative one. Instead of emotions being obstacles on your path, they become companions and guides, offering valuable information about yourself and the challenges you face. With this foundation of acceptance in place, you're ready to explore more active ways of working with emotions, beginning with the powerful practice of reframing. Reframing fear and stress. Your palms are sweaty, your heart pounds in your chest, your breathing quickens. These physical sensations could indicate either intense anxiety or excitement. The difference? Often it's simply how you interpret them. This insight that our interpretation of physical arousal shapes our emotional experience is at the heart of reframing. By consciously shifting how you interpret bodily sensations and situations, you can transform debilitating emotions into empowering ones. The science behind this is fascinating. Research by Harvard psychologist Alison Wood Brooks found that simply telling yourself, "I am excited," before a stressful task, like public speaking or taking a difficult math test, significantly improves performance. Participants who reframed their anxiety as excitement performed better than those who tried to calm themselves down. Why? Because anxiety and excitement are physiologically similar. Both involve elevated heart rate, increased respiration, and heightened alertness. The primary difference is cognitive. Anxiety is a negative interpretation of these sensations, while excitement is a positive one. By relabeling anxiety as excitement, you don't fight against your body's natural arousal. You simply reinterpret it in a way that enhances rather than undermines your performance. This principle extends beyond the anxiety-excitement connection. Many emotional states that seem to hinder performance can be reframed in ways that support it. Let's explore two powerful reframing techniques. From anxiety to excitement. The next time you feel anxious before a challenging task, try this simple reframe. Instead of telling yourself to calm down, which fights against your body's natural arousal, say out loud if possible, "I am excited." This isn't about denying your feelings or engaging in empty positive thinking. It's about recognizing that the physical sensations you're experiencing can be interpreted in multiple ways, and consciously choosing an interpretation that serves you. To practice this reframe, notice the physical sensations. Pay attention to your racing heart, quickened breathing, or butterflies in your stomach without immediately labeling them as anxiety. Recognize the similarity between anxiety and excitement. Remind yourself that these same physical sensations could indicate that you're excited and energized for the challenge ahead. Make the declaration. Say, "I am excited," or "I'm excited for this opportunity," either out loud or silently to yourself. Focus on opportunities rather than threats. Anxiety fixates on what could go wrong. Excitement focuses on what could go right. Deliberately shift your attention to the positive possibilities in the situation. This reframe is particularly effective because it doesn't require you to fight your body's natural response to challenge. Instead, it harnesses that energy and redirects it in a more productive direction. Challenge perception. Another powerful reframe involves shifting how you perceive the difficult task itself. Instead of seeing it as a threat to your competence or worth, you can view it as an opportunity for growth and learning. This shift from a threat mindset to a challenge mindset has profound effects on both your emotional experience and your performance. Research shows that people who adopt a challenge mindset experience less negative stress, demonstrate greater persistence, and ultimately perform better than those with a threat mindset. To practice this reframe, notice your current perception. Are you thinking thoughts like, "I might fail," or "this could be embarrassing"? These indicate a threat mindset. Consciously shift to challenge-oriented thoughts. Replace "what if I fail" with "what can I learn from this?" or "how will this help me grow?" Remind yourself of the value of difficulty. Statements like, "this is hard because it's worth doing," or "feeling challenged means I'm pushing my boundaries," reinforce the positive aspects of struggle. Connect to your values. Ask yourself, why does this matter to me? What important value or goal am I serving by taking on this challenge? This links the difficulty to something meaningful, transforming it from a burden to a purposeful choice. A particularly powerful version of this reframe comes from psychologist Kelly McGonigal's research on stress. She found that people who viewed stress as helpful rather than harmful, who saw their racing heart as their body preparing to meet a challenge rather than a sign of anxiety, showed healthier physiological responses to stress, including less constriction of blood vessels. Try saying to yourself, "My body is energizing me to meet this challenge. My racing heart is pumping more oxygen to my brain. My quickened breathing is helping me think more clearly." This reinterpretation doesn't deny the physical sensations, but frames them as helpful rather than harmful. These reframing techniques don't eliminate the sensations associated with fear, anxiety, or stress. Rather, They transform your relationship with these sensations, allowing you to harness their energy rather than being paralyzed by them. With practice, these reframes become more automatic. You'll find yourself naturally interpreting challenging situations as opportunities rather than threats, and bodily arousal as helpful energy rather than debilitating anxiety. This shift doesn't just make difficult tasks more manageable, it can actually enhance your performance and enjoyment of them. But what about those times when emotions are simply too intense to reframe effectively? For these moments, you need direct techniques to calm your nervous system and regain your equilibrium. Calming techniques. Sometimes emotions become so intense that even naming and reframing aren't enough. Your heart races, your thoughts spiral, and you feel overwhelmed. In these moments, you need immediate tools to regulate your nervous system and return to a state where you can think clearly and act effectively. The good news is that your body has a built-in calming system, the parasympathetic nervous system, sometimes called the rest and digest response. This system counterbalances the sympathetic fight-or-flight response that activates during stress. By deliberately engaging your parasympathetic nervous system, you can quickly reduce emotional intensity and regain your equilibrium. Here are several evidence-based techniques to activate this calming response. Deep breathing is perhaps the most accessible and effective calming technique. When you're stressed or anxious, your breathing typically becomes shallow and rapid. By deliberately slowing and deepening your breath, you signal to your body that you're safe, activating the parasympathetic nervous system. Try this simple practice. Inhale slowly through your nose for a count of 4, feeling your abdomen expand. Hold briefly, then exhale through your mouth for a count of 6, making your exhale longer than your inhale. Repeat for several cycles. This extended exhale particularly activates the parasympathetic response. Progressive muscle relaxation helps release physical tension that accompanies emotional intensity. Starting at either your head or your feet, systematically tense and then relax each muscle group in your body. Tense the muscles for about 5 seconds, then release and notice the sensation of relaxation for about 10 seconds before moving to the next area. This practice not only relieves physical tension, but also redirects your attention from racing thoughts to bodily sensations, creating a natural mindfulness effect. Grounding techniques help anchor you in the present moment when emotions threaten to sweep you away. The 5-4-3-2-1 technique engages all your senses. Notice 5 things you can see, 4 things you can touch, 3 things you can hear, 2 things you can smell, and 1 thing you can taste. This redirects your attention from internal distress to external reality, creating distance from overwhelming emotions. Brief mindfulness practices can quickly shift your relationship with intense emotions. Try this simple exercise. Close your eyes and imagine your thoughts and feelings as clouds passing across the sky of your awareness. You are not the clouds, you are the sky, vast, open, and unchanged by whatever passes through it. Watch the emotional clouds move across your awareness without trying to hold on to them or push them away. Physical movement can rapidly shift your emotional state. If possible, take a short walk, stretch, or even just stand up and shake out your limbs. Movement helps discharge the energy of intense emotions and changes your physiological state, often creating an immediate shift in your emotional experience. These calming techniques are most effective when practiced regularly, not just during emotional crises. By incorporating them into your daily routine, you build your capacity to regulate your nervous system, making you more resilient when facing difficult tasks. It's important to note that the goal isn't to eliminate emotions, but to reduce their intensity when they become overwhelming. Once you've returned to a more regulated state, you can engage with the emotion more skillfully using the naming, befriending, and reframing techniques we've already explored. Think of these calming practices as creating a window of tolerance, a state where you're neither overwhelmed by emotion nor disconnected from it. Within this window, you can work with your feelings productively rather than being hijacked by them. With these regulation tools in your toolkit, you're ready to explore perhaps the most powerful approach to emotional control: channeling emotional energy into productive action. Channeling emotion into action. Imagine a river flowing powerfully down a mountain. Left unchecked, it might flood and cause destruction, but properly channeled through dams, irrigation systems, or hydroelectric plants, that same powerful flow becomes a valuable resource, generating energy and supporting life. Your emotions work in much the same way. The very feelings that can overwhelm and derail you can also, when properly channeled, become sources of motivation, creativity, and strength. This is the highest form of emotional control, not just managing emotions, but harnessing their energy to fuel your progress. Consider these examples of channeling different emotions. Fear often manifests as nervous energy, a restlessness in your body and mind. Rather than trying to eliminate this energy, which rarely works, you can redirect it into preparation and action. Use the alertness that comes with fear to notice details you might otherwise miss, to plan more thoroughly, or to rehearse more diligently. The energy of fear, properly channeled, becomes readiness. Frustration arises when your path is blocked or progress is slower than expected. This emotion contains significant energy that can either be wasted in complaints and rumination or channeled into problem-solving and creative thinking. Ask yourself, how can I use this frustration to find a new approach? What is this feeling trying to tell me about what needs to change? Channeled effectively, frustration becomes determination. Anger, often considered a purely negative emotion, contains tremendous energy that can fuel positive change. Many social movements, artistic breakthroughs, and personal transformations have been powered by righteous anger channeled into constructive action. When you feel angry about an obstacle or injustice, ask, how can I use this energy not to lash out, but to create meaningful change? Properly directed, anger becomes passion and commitment. Even sadness or disappointment, which often feel like low-energy states, can be channeled productively. These emotions typically arise when something matters to you, when you care deeply about an outcome or value. By connecting with what these feelings reveal about your priorities, you can use them to clarify your values and recommit to what matters most. Channeled wisely, sadness becomes clarity and renewed purpose. The key to channeling emotions effectively is to separate the energy of the emotion from its initial action tendency. Fear's energy is real and valuable, but its initial tendency to avoid or escape may not serve your goals. By acknowledging the energy while choosing a different action, you transform the emotion from an obstacle into a resource. This approach requires practice and self-awareness. Start by asking these questions when you notice a strong emotion in relation to a difficult task. What is the energy of this emotion? Does it make me feel energized, alert, restless, or drained? What is the initial action tendency of this emotion? Does it make me want to avoid, attack, withdraw, or give up? How could I redirect this energy toward my goals? What constructive action could this emotion fuel? With practice, you'll develop the ability to recognize the unique energy signature of different emotions and redirect that energy in service of your goals rather than against them. This doesn't mean manipulating or suppressing your authentic feelings. It means working with them skillfully rather than being controlled by them. A powerful example of this channeling comes from elite athletes who often report using pre-competition nervousness to sharpen their focus and heighten their performance. Rather than trying to eliminate the butterflies in their stomach, they teach the butterflies to fly in formation, directing that nervous energy toward greater alertness, faster reactions, and more intense effort. You can apply this same principle to any difficult task you face. The anxiety before a job interview becomes focused preparation. The frustration with a challenging project becomes innovative problem-solving. The anger at an obstacle becomes determined persistence. In each case, you're not fighting against the emotion, but working with it, using its energy while choosing its direction. This is the essence of emotional control, not the absence of difficult feelings, but the ability to work with them skillfully. By developing this capacity, you transform your relationship with challenging tasks. Emotions that once seemed like barriers become fuel for your journey. As you practice the techniques in this chapter, naming emotions, befriending them, reframing their meaning, calming their intensity when needed, and channeling their energy, you'll develop a new relationship with your emotional life. Rather than being derailed by feelings, you'll learn to navigate them with increasing skill and confidence. This emotional mastery doesn't just help you tackle difficult tasks more effectively, it enriches your entire experience of life. The same skills that help you manage anxiety before a presentation or channel frustration during a complex project also enhance your relationships, deepen your self-understanding, and increase your overall resilience. But emotional control is just one piece of the puzzle. Even with mastery of your feelings, you still need a clear path forward when facing complex challenges. How do you break down overwhelming tasks into manageable steps? How do you create systems that make consistent progress inevitable rather than optional? The answers lie in the strategic thinking patterns used by the world's most accomplished individuals, patterns that transform even the most daunting challenges into clear, actionable plans. Chapter 3: Strategic Thinking. You stare at the mountain before you, a project so massive it blocks out the sun. Writing a book, learning a new language, building a business, mastering a complex skill. From where you stand, the summit seems impossibly distant, shrouded in clouds of uncertainty. How do you even begin to climb something so overwhelming? Most people approach such mountains with one of two strategies. The first is pure enthusiasm. They charge forward with excitement but no clear direction, only to find themselves lost in a maze of unfamiliar terrain, eventually retreating back to the comfort of the familiar. The second is sheer willpower. They grit their teeth and push themselves mercilessly upward, only to exhaust their mental and emotional resources halfway up, sliding back down in defeat. What if there was a third approach? One that didn't rely on fleeting motivation or depleting willpower, but instead used the architecture of your mind to create a path of least resistance toward your goal. In the previous chapters, we explored how to manipulate your mindset and master your emotions. These are crucial foundations, but even with the right mindset and emotional control, you can still fail to reach your goals if you lack a strategic approach to the challenge itself. This is where many people falter, not because they lack ability or determination, but because they lack strategy. Think about the last time you abandoned a difficult project or goal. Was it really because you weren't capable or committed enough? Or was it because you didn't have a clear, manageable path forward? Did you know exactly what to do next, or did uncertainty and overwhelm cloud your vision? The truth is that willpower is a finite resource. Relying on it alone to push through difficult tasks is like trying to drive across the country on a single tank of gas. No matter how determined you are, you'll eventually run empty. Strategic thinking is about creating a route with refueling stations along the way, ensuring you never have to rely solely on willpower to reach your destination. In this chapter, we'll explore how to approach difficult tasks with the mind of a strategist rather than a warrior. You'll learn how to break down intimidating challenges into manageable pieces, schedule your efforts for maximum effectiveness, anticipate and prepare for obstacles, design your environment to support your goals, and leverage tools and systems that make success almost inevitable. The power of strategic thinking isn't just that it makes hard things easier, it's that it makes them possible in the first place. Let's begin by examining the first crucial step in any strategic approach. Define and divide the goal. When faced with a daunting task, your mind naturally perceives it as a single, monolithic challenge. Write a book registers in your brain as one massive undertaking rather than the thousands of smaller actions it actually comprises. This perception triggers what psychologists call the planning fallacy, our tendency to underestimate the time, resources, and steps required to complete complex tasks. The antidote to this fallacy begins with clearly defining what you're trying to accomplish, then systematically dividing it into smaller, more manageable components. This process transforms an intimidating mountain into a series of modest hills. each one challenging perhaps, but clearly climbable. The first step is to articulate your goal with precision. Vague goals produce vague results. Get in shape is too ambiguous to guide effective action. Complete a 5K run in under 30 minutes within 3 months provides clear parameters for planning and measuring progress. When defining your goal, ask yourself, what specifically will be different when this goal is achieved? How will I know when I've succeeded? What are the boundaries of this project? What's included and what's not? This clarity prevents the common problem of scope creep, where goals continuously expand, making them increasingly difficult to achieve. Once you've defined your goal with precision, the next step is to divide it into smaller components. This is where the magic happens. A task that seems impossible as a whole becomes entirely feasible when broken down into its constituent parts. Consider the goal of learning a new language. As a single objective, it's overwhelming, but when divided into learning specific vocabulary categories, mastering basic grammar rules, practicing pronunciation, and so on, it becomes a series of achievable mini-goals. The most effective way to divide a goal is to work backward from the desired outcome. Ask yourself, what needs to happen right before I achieve this goal? Then, what needs to happen before that? Continue this regression until you reach tasks you can start immediately. For writing a book, the final step might be submitting the manuscript. Before that, you need to complete the final edit. Before that, you need to finish the first draft. Before that, you need to write each chapter. Before that, you need to create an outline. Before that, you need to research and gather ideas. Suddenly, instead of write a book, your immediate task is spend 30 minutes brainstorming ideas, a much less intimidating prospect. When dividing your goal, aim for components that are specific. Each subtask should have a clear beginning and end. Measurable. You should be able to definitively say whether you've completed it. Achievable in a single session. Ideally, each component should be something you can complete in one focused work period. This last point is particularly important. By creating components that can be completed in a single session, you give yourself regular experiences of accomplishment rather than extended periods of feeling incomplete. These small wins generate momentum and motivation that carry you forward to the next task. The power of this approach was demonstrated in a study where participants were asked to complete a complex puzzle. One group was shown only the final goal, the completed puzzle. The other was shown the same goal, but also given a strategy for completing it in stages. The second group not only completed the puzzle more quickly, but also reported higher levels of motivation and satisfaction throughout the process. This principle applies to any challenging task. By defining your goal clearly and dividing it into manageable components, you transform an intimidating mountain into a series of achievable steps. But knowing what to do is only half the battle. The next crucial element is deciding when you'll do it. Scheduling and time blocking. One of the most common mistakes people make when approaching difficult tasks is failing to decide in advance when they'll work on them. They adopt a when I feel like it or when I have time approach, which virtually guarantees procrastination. Why? Because difficult tasks by their nature rarely feel appealing in the moment, and free time has a mysterious way of filling itself with easier activities. Strategic thinking requires moving beyond this passive approach to a more deliberate one, deciding in advance exactly when and where you'll tackle each component of your goal. This practice, known as time blocking, dramatically increases your likelihood of follow-through. Time blocking involves assigning specific blocks of time in your calendar for working on particular tasks. Rather than having a vague intention to work on my project this week, you decide, I will work on my project on Tuesday from 7 to 8:30 p.m. and Thursday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. This approach works because it eliminates the decision fatigue that comes with constantly having to choose whether now is a good time to work on your difficult task. The decision has already been made. All that's required is to honor the commitment you've made to yourself. When implementing time blocking, consider these principles. Be realistic about your capacity. Don't schedule 3-hour blocks if you know your focus typically wanes after 90 minutes. It's better to schedule shorter, more frequent sessions than longer ones you're likely to abandon. Protect your blocked time as you would any important appointment. Treat these commitments with the same respect you'd give to a meeting with an important client or a doctor's appointment. They are non-negotiable, except in genuine emergencies. Consider your energy levels when scheduling. If you're sharpest in the morning, block that time for your most challenging or creative tasks. Save routine or less demanding work for periods when your energy naturally dips. Include buffer time between blocks. Things often take longer than expected, and without buffers, one delay can derail your entire schedule. Build in breathing room to accommodate the unpredictable nature of life and work. Time blocking is powerful on its own, but its effectiveness increases dramatically when combined with two related strategies: implementation intentions and routine building. Implementation intentions. Implementation intentions are specific plans that follow an if-then format. If situation X arises, then I will perform response Y. This simple structure has been shown in numerous studies to significantly increase follow-through on intentions. For example, instead of merely intending to work on your project in the evening, you might set an implementation intention. If it's 7 p.m. on Tuesday, then I will sit at my desk and work on writing the first section of Chapter 3 for 60 minutes. The power of implementation intentions lies in their specificity. They eliminate ambiguity about what you'll do and when you'll do it, reducing the mental friction that often leads to procrastination. They also create a mental link between a specific situation, the if part, and a specific behavior, the then part, making the behavior more automatic when the situation arises. Research by psychologist Peter Gollwitzer has shown that implementation intentions can double or even triple the likelihood of following through on goals. In one study, participants who formed implementation intentions about when and where they would exercise were significantly more likely to actually exercise than those who merely intended to exercise more. To create effective implementation intentions, be specific about the trigger situation, time, location, or event. Be specific about the action you'll take in response. Include details about how you'll begin, e.g., I will sit at my desk, turn off my phone, and open my document. These intentions serve as mental scripts that reduce the need for decision-making in the moment when willpower might be low or distractions high. Routine building. While time blocking and implementation intentions are powerful for specific tasks, routine building focuses on incorporating difficult activities into your regular schedule so consistently that they become almost automatic. The human brain loves routines. They reduce cognitive load by eliminating the need for constant decision-making. By embedding challenging tasks within established routines, you can leverage this tendency to make difficult things more automatic. For example, if you want to develop a writing habit, you might decide to write for 30 minutes every day immediately after your morning shower. By attaching the new behavior, writing, to an existing habit, showering, you create a natural trigger that prompts the desired action. Over time, this consistent pairing creates a neural association between the trigger and the behavior, making the behavior increasingly automatic. Eventually, not doing the behavior after the trigger would feel stranger than doing it. To build effective routines around difficult tasks, identify stable anchors in your day, activities you do consistently at roughly the same time, waking up, commuting, lunch, ending work, etc. Attach your difficult task to one of these anchors, either immediately before or after. Start small. Make the initial routine manageable enough that you can do it even on your worst days. Protect the consistency of the routine above all else, even if it means reducing the scope on some days. It's better to write for just 5 minutes than to break the chain of your daily writing routine. The combination of time blocking, implementation intentions, and routine building creates a powerful framework for ensuring you consistently take action on difficult tasks. But even the best plans can be derailed by unexpected obstacles. That's why strategic thinking must also include anticipating what might go wrong. Anticipating obstacles. Military strategists have a saying, "No plan survives contact with the enemy." Similarly, no plan for tackling difficult tasks survives contact with reality unchanged. Interruptions occur, energy levels fluctuate, unexpected challenges arise. The difference between those who succeed and those who fail often lies not in their initial plan, but in their ability to anticipate and prepare for obstacles. Strategic thinking involves mentally rehearsing your plan and identifying potential failure points before they occur. This practice, sometimes called prospective hindsight or pre-mortem, involves imagining that your plan has failed and then working backward to determine what might have caused that failure. Ask yourself, what could prevent me from following through on my plan? Where am I most likely to encounter resistance or difficulty? What has derailed similar efforts in the past? Common obstacles include external interruptions, phone calls, emails, people needing your attention. Internal distractions, mind wandering, getting sidetracked by easier tasks. Energy dips, fatigue, hunger, motivation slumps. Technical issues, equipment failures, software problems. Emotional barriers, anxiety, self-doubt, frustration. By identifying these potential obstacles in advance, you can develop specific strategies to address them before they derail your progress. This proactive approach transforms obstacles from unexpected crises into anticipated challenges with ready solutions. Plan B and coping strategies. For each potential obstacle you identify, develop a specific coping strategy or backup plan. These if-then contingency plans function similarly to implementation intentions, but focus on responding to challenges rather than initiating actions. For example, if I'm interrupted during my scheduled work time, then I will politely explain that I'm in the middle of something important and will be available in specific time, rather than abandoning my task. If I find myself getting bored or stuck, then I'll switch to a different component of the project for 15 minutes before returning to the challenging section. If I notice my energy flagging, then I'll take a 5-minute break to stretch and move around before continuing. If I feel overwhelmed by self-doubt, then I'll review my evidence file of past accomplishments to remind myself of my capabilities. These contingency plans are most effective when they're specific and realistic. Vague intentions like, "I'll try harder," or "I won't get distracted," are unlikely to be helpful in the moment. Instead, focus on concrete actions you can take when obstacles arise. The power of this approach was demonstrated in a study of people trying to establish exercise habits. Participants who identified potential obstacles and developed specific strategies to overcome them were significantly more successful in maintaining their exercise routines than those who simply set goals without considering potential barriers. By anticipating obstacles and preparing specific responses, you transform potential derailments into manageable challenges. This preparation doesn't just make you more likely to succeed, it also reduces anxiety about the task. When you know you have a plan for dealing with difficulties, the prospect of encountering them becomes less threatening. With your goal clearly defined and divided, your time strategically blocked, and potential obstacles anticipated, the next step is to ensure your environment supports rather than undermines your efforts. Environment design. Your environment, both physical and digital, exerts a powerful influence on your behavior, often below the level of conscious awareness. The objects, spaces, and stimuli around you can either facilitate or hinder your progress on difficult tasks. Strategic thinking involves deliberately designing your environment to make the right behaviors easier and the wrong ones harder. This approach acknowledges that willpower is a finite resource and that it's more effective to change your environment than to rely solely on self-control. Consider how your current environment might be undermining your efforts. Is your workspace cluttered with distractions? Are temptations within easy reach? Is your phone constantly alerting you to new messages? Each of these environmental factors increases the activation energy required to stay focused on difficult tasks. Conversely, a strategically designed environment reduces friction for desired behaviors and creates barriers to unwanted ones. This might involve creating a dedicated workspace that signals to your brain it's time to focus. This could be as elaborate as a separate office or as simple as a particular corner of a table that you use only for your important work. Removing visible distractions from your environment. Physical clutter, unrelated materials, or items that trigger thoughts unrelated to your task can all drain attention. Preparing all necessary tools and resources in advance. Having to search for materials or information once you've started working creates an opportunity for distraction and breaks your flow. Using physical barriers to create separation from distractions. This might mean working in a different room from your TV, putting your phone in a drawer, or using website blockers during focused work periods. Leveraging visual cues that remind you of your goals and plans, a visible calendar, a progress tracker, or even a simple note stating your intention can help keep you oriented toward your purpose. The power of environment design lies in its ability to influence behavior without requiring constant conscious effort. When your surroundings are aligned with your goals, doing the right thing becomes the path of least resistance rather than a continuous struggle against temptation. Research in behavioral economics has consistently shown that small environmental changes can lead to significant behavioral shifts. For instance, simply making healthy options more visible and accessible in cafeterias substantially increases their selection, no willpower required. The same principle applies to difficult tasks. By making the first step as easy as possible and removing potential distractions, you dramatically increase your likelihood of starting and maintaining focus. And starting is often the hardest part. Once you're engaged in the task, momentum tends to carry you forward. When designing your environment, pay particular attention to the beginning of your workflow. What's the first thing you need to do when starting your difficult task? How can you make that initial step as frictionless as possible? If you're writing, perhaps that means having your document already open on your computer, with your notes visible and a clear indication of where you left off. If you're learning a language, maybe it's having your study materials laid out and your learning app already queued to the next lesson. By reducing the activation energy required to begin, you overcome one of the biggest barriers to tackling difficult tasks, the inertia of getting started. But environment design is just one aspect of creating systems that support your goals. To truly set yourself up for success, you need to leverage additional tools and systems. Leveraging tools and systems. Even with a well-defined goal, a solid schedule, contingency plans, and an optimized environment, the complexity of difficult tasks can still be overwhelming. This is where external tools and systems become invaluable. They extend your mental capabilities, providing structure and support beyond what your brain can maintain on its own. The most effective approach to difficult tasks involves creating a system that reduces the cognitive load of tracking, deciding, and remembering, freeing your mental resources for the actual work. These systems serve as external scaffolding for your goals, ensuring that nothing falls through the cracks of memory or attention. Task management systems help you track what needs to be done and when. Whether digital, apps like Todoist, Asana, or Trello, or analog, bullet journals, planner systems, these tools externalize your task list, reducing the mental burden of remembering everything you need to do. The key is to choose a system simple enough that you'll actually use it consistently, but robust enough to capture all necessary information. Your system should allow you to record tasks as they arise, preventing them from being forgotten. Prioritize tasks based on importance and urgency. Break down complex tasks into actionable steps. Track progress and deadlines. Review and adjust your plans regularly. Time management tools help you maintain focus and pace yourself appropriately. The Pomodoro technique, for instance, involves working in focused sprints, typically 25 minutes, followed by short breaks, 5 minutes, with longer breaks after 4 sprints. This structured approach prevents burnout while maintaining momentum. Other time management tools include time tracking apps that increase awareness of how you're actually spending your time, timers that create a sense of gentle pressure and prevent perfectionism, calendar systems that protect your scheduled blocks from encroachment. Progress tracking systems provide visual feedback on your advancement toward your goal. This visibility serves multiple purposes. It provides motivation through concrete evidence of progress, highlights patterns in your work that might otherwise go unnoticed, and creates accountability, even if only to yourself. Effective progress tracking might include charts or graphs showing measurable progress over time, checklists of completed components or milestones, journaling about challenges overcome and insights gained, regular review sessions to assess what's working and what needs adjustment. Accountability systems leverage social pressure to increase follow-through. While internal motivation is powerful, external accountability adds an additional layer of commitment that can be crucial for particularly challenging tasks. This might involve working with an accountability partner who checks in on your progress, joining a group or community focused on similar goals, using apps that require you to check in or report progress, setting up stakes or consequences for not following through, like donations to causes you oppose if you miss deadlines. The most effective tools and systems share certain characteristics. They're simple enough to use consistently, visible enough to remain top of mind, flexible enough to adapt to changing circumstances, and powerful enough to meaningfully support your efforts. Remember that these tools are means to an end, not ends in themselves. The goal isn't to have the perfect productivity system, it's to accomplish your difficult task. Choose and use tools based on how effectively they move you toward your goal, not on their complexity or impressiveness. By leveraging external tools and systems, you create a supportive infrastructure for your efforts. This infrastructure reduces the cognitive and emotional burden of difficult tasks, making consistent progress more sustainable over time. The strategic advantage. Throughout this chapter, we've explored various aspects of strategic thinking: defining and dividing goals, scheduling and time blocking, anticipating obstacles, designing your environment, and leveraging tools and systems. Together, these approaches create a comprehensive framework for tackling difficult tasks more effectively. The power of this strategic approach lies in its recognition of human psychology. Rather than fighting against your brain's natural tendencies, its preference for clarity over ambiguity, its limited capacity for willpower, its susceptibility to environmental influences, you work with these tendencies, creating conditions that make success more likely. This isn't about finding shortcuts or avoiding effort. Difficult tasks remain difficult. Strategic thinking doesn't change that fundamental reality. What it does change is how that difficulty is experienced and managed. Instead of facing a single overwhelming challenge, you navigate a series of manageable steps. Instead of relying solely on motivation and willpower, you create structures that support consistent action regardless of how you feel in the moment. The result is a profound shift in your relationship with difficult tasks. What once seemed impossibly daunting becomes challenging but achievable. What once required heroic effort becomes simply the next step in your plan. What once depended on fleeting motivation becomes embedded in systems that carry you forward even when motivation ebbs. This strategic approach also changes how you experience setbacks. When you encounter obstacles, as you inevitably will, they're no longer catastrophic failures, but anticipated challenges with prepared responses. This resilience is perhaps the greatest benefit of strategic thinking. It transforms you from someone who tries hard, but often fails, into someone who adapts and persists until success is achieved. As you implement these strategies in your own life, remember that strategic thinking itself is a skill that develops with practice. Your first attempts at breaking down goals, scheduling effectively, or designing supportive environments may be imperfect. That's not just normal, it's an essential part of the learning process. Approach your strategic planning with the same mindset you bring to the difficult task itself. Break it down into manageable components, anticipate obstacles, learn from experience, and continuously refine your approach. Over time, strategic thinking becomes not just something you do, but a fundamental aspect of how you approach challenges. With a solid strategic framework in place, you've addressed many of the external factors that make difficult tasks challenging. You've created clarity where there was ambiguity, structure where there was chaos, and systems where there was only willpower. But there's still a crucial element missing, one that transforms difficult tasks from obligations to be endured into experiences to be savored. What if you could reach a state where hard work feels effortless, where time seems to disappear and you become completely absorbed in the task at hand, where the challenge itself becomes a source of enjoyment rather than strain? This seemingly magical state exists, and learning to access it regularly can transform your relationship with difficult tasks at the most fundamental level. But to understand this state, we must first explore the fascinating relationship between focus and flow, a relationship that holds the key to not just doing hard things, but doing them with joy. Chapter 4, Focus and Flow. Have you ever lost track of time while working on something challenging? One moment, you're sitting down to tackle a difficult task, and the next time you check the clock, hours have passed in what felt like minutes. Your usual distractions, the urge to check your phone, the wandering thoughts about other responsibilities, all disappeared. The work itself, though demanding, felt almost effortless. And perhaps most surprisingly, you enjoyed it. This experience, as rare as it might seem, represents one of the most powerful states a human being can achieve. It's a state where difficulty transforms into engagement, where resistance melts away, and where your capabilities expand to meet the challenge before you. It's a state where hard things don't just become doable, they become deeply satisfying. In our journey so far, we've explored how to manipulate your mindset, master your emotions, and think strategically about difficult tasks. These approaches are essential, but they still frame hard work as something to be managed or overcome. What if there was a way to transform your relationship with difficult tasks at an even deeper level? What if you could access a state where challenge and enjoyment coexist, where doing hard things becomes one of life's greatest pleasures? This transformation begins with understanding two interrelated concepts, focus and flow. On the surface, these might seem straightforward. Focus is about paying attention. Flow is about getting in the zone. But beneath these simple descriptions lies a profound insight into how our minds work and how we can harness their full potential. In this chapter, we'll explore how to cultivate laser-like concentration, eliminate the distractions that fragment your attention, and create the conditions for entering that mysterious state where difficult work becomes almost effortless. You'll discover that your ability to focus isn't fixed. It's a skill you can develop systematically, and you'll learn how to arrange your environment and approach your work to make flow states more accessible. The journey begins with understanding the true nature of attention in our distracted world. Eliminating distractions. Your attention is your most precious resource. It's the raw material from which all your accomplishments are built. Yet in today's world, this resource is under constant assault. Notifications ping, emails arrive, social media beckons, and colleagues interrupt, all while your own thoughts compete for attention, pulling you away from the task at hand. These distractions aren't just annoying interruptions. They fundamentally change how your brain works, fragmenting your attention and preventing you from reaching the depths of focus where your best work happens. To understand why, we need to look at how attention actually functions. Contrary to popular belief, attention isn't like a light switch that's either on or off. It's more like a spotlight that needs time to power up and focus. When you first direct your attention to a difficult task, you're operating at a surface level of engagement. Your thoughts might still drift, and you're vulnerable to distraction. This is why the first 10 minutes of working on something challenging often feel like the hardest. If you can maintain focus beyond this initial period, something remarkable happens. Your attention deepens. The spotlight grows stronger and more focused. You begin to notice nuances and connections that weren't visible before. Ideas flow more freely. Problems that seemed insurmountable start to yield to your concentrated effort. But here's the crucial insight. Every time you're interrupted or distract yourself, the spotlight dims. You're forced to power it up again from the beginning. This explains why even a brief interruption, checking your phone for just a second or responding to a quick question, can be so costly. It's not just the time spent on the interruption itself. It's the time and mental energy required to ramp your attention back up to that deeper level. Research from the University of California found that after an interruption, it takes an average of 23 minutes and 15 seconds to return to the original task at full concentration. Even more concerning, people often visit 2 other work projects in the interim, further fragmenting their attention. This helps explain why a day filled with interruptions can leave you feeling exhausted yet unproductive. You've spent most of your mental energy repeatedly powering up your attention without ever reaching its full capacity. The first step toward harnessing the power of focus, then, is to systematically eliminate the distractions that prevent your attention from reaching its deeper levels. This requires honest self-assessment. What specifically disrupts your concentration? Common external distractions include digital notifications from phones, computers, and other devices, noise and visual disturbances in your environment, interruptions from other people, multiple open browser tabs or applications. Common internal distractions include intrusive thoughts about other tasks or responsibilities, worries or ruminations about unrelated matters, the urge to check email, news, or social media, physical discomfort or restlessness. Once you've identified your primary distractions, you can develop targeted strategies to eliminate or minimize them. For digital distractions, this might mean putting your phone in another room or using apps that block distracting features, closing email and messaging applications while doing focused work, using browser extensions that limit access to distracting websites, turning off all non-essential notifications on your devices. For environmental distractions, using noise-canceling headphones or white noise to mask disruptive sounds, working in spaces with minimal visual distractions, communicating boundaries to others about your need for uninterrupted time, creating visual signals like wearing headphones or putting up a sign that indicate you shouldn't be interrupted. For internal distractions, keeping a distraction pad nearby to quickly note down intrusive thoughts so you can address them later. Practicing a brief mindfulness exercise before beginning focused work. Scheduling specific times to check email and social media, reducing the urge to check impulsively. Addressing physical needs before starting work to minimize discomfort. These strategies might seem simple, even obvious, but their impact can be profound. By eliminating distractions, you're not just removing annoyances, you're creating the conditions for your attention to reach its full depth and power. The goal isn't to eliminate all distractions permanently, an impossible task in today's world, but rather to create protected periods where your attention can flourish undisturbed. Even a few hours of truly focused work can yield more progress than days of fragmented attention. With external distractions minimized, the next step is to address perhaps the most insidious form of distraction, our tendency to divide our attention among multiple tasks simultaneously. Single tasking. We live in a culture that celebrates multitasking. The ability to juggle multiple responsibilities at once is often seen as a badge of honor, a sign of productivity and capability. There's just one problem. True multitasking is a myth. What we call multitasking is actually task switching, rapidly shifting our attention from one task to another and back again. And this constant switching comes at a tremendous cost. Each time you switch tasks, your brain must reorient itself. It must disengage from the first task, activate the rules and context for the second task, and then engage with it. This process consumes valuable cognitive resources and creates what neuroscientists call switching costs, measurable decreases in efficiency and accuracy. Research from Stanford University found that heavy multitaskers were actually worse at filtering out irrelevant information, organizing their memories, and switching between tasks compared to those who regularly focused on one task at a time. In other words, the more you multitask, the worse you become at the very skills multitasking demands. The alternative to this fragmented approach is single tasking, giving your complete attention to one task for a designated period. This approach aligns with how your brain naturally works best. When you focus on a single task, you allow your neural resources to concentrate fully on that activity, leading to deeper processing, better retention, and higher quality output. Single tasking doesn't mean you only accomplish one thing per day. Rather, it means you work on one thing at a time, giving it your full attention before moving on to the next task. This sequential approach ultimately proves more efficient than attempting to juggle multiple tasks simultaneously. To embrace single tasking, choose one specific task to focus on during each work period. Be explicit about what you're working on and what you're not working on during that time. Close or minimize everything unrelated to your current task. If you're writing, close your email. If you're analyzing data, put away unrelated documents. Create a visual environment that supports single focus. Commit to a specific time frame for focusing on just this one task. Knowing there's an endpoint makes it easier to maintain focus without feeling the urge to switch to something else. When your mind wanders to other tasks or responsibilities, as it inevitably will, gently but firmly bring it back to the task at hand. You might say to yourself, "That's not what I'm focusing on right now. I'll address that during its designated time." Schedule specific times for checking email, messages, and other potential interruptions, rather than allowing them to constantly fragment your attention throughout the day. The shift from multitasking to single tasking often feels uncomfortable at first. You might experience a sense of anxiety about the other tasks you're not addressing, or feel the pull of habitual distraction. This discomfort is normal. It's the sensation of your brain adjusting to a new, more focused way of working. With practice, however, single tasking becomes not just more comfortable, but more satisfying. You'll experience the deep pleasure of giving your complete attention to one thing, of seeing it progress substantially rather than inching multiple projects forward by tiny increments. This approach is particularly powerful for difficult tasks. When you bring your full, undivided attention to a challenging problem, you access mental resources that remain unavailable in a state of divided attention. Insights emerge, connections form, and solutions appear that would likely remain hidden in the shallow waters of multitasking. By eliminating distractions and embracing single tasking, you create the foundation for deep focus. But like any capacity, focus itself can be strengthened through deliberate practice. Building your focus muscle. Attention, like physical strength, is not a fixed attribute, but a capacity that can be developed through consistent training. Just as you wouldn't expect to walk into a gym for the first time and lift the heaviest weights, you shouldn't expect to maintain deep focus for hours if you haven't trained your attention. Many people make the mistake of trying to force themselves to concentrate for long periods without having built up their focus muscle. When they inevitably fail, they conclude that they simply have poor concentration, rather than recognizing that focus is a skill that requires progressive development. The good news is that your capacity for sustained attention responds remarkably well to systematic training. With the right approach, you can extend your focus from minutes to hours, dramatically increasing your ability to tackle difficult tasks. One of the most effective methods for building focus is interval training, alternating periods of concentrated attention with brief recovery breaks. This approach, exemplified by techniques like the Pomodoro method, works with your brain's natural rhythms rather than against them. The basic structure is simple. Focus completely on one task for a set period, typically 25 minutes. Take a short break, 5 minutes, and then repeat. After completing 4 cycles, take a longer break, 15 to 30 minutes, before beginning again. This interval approach offers several advantages. First, it makes starting easier. Committing to 25 minutes of focus feels manageable even when the task is daunting. Second, it prevents burnout by incorporating regular recovery periods. Third, it creates a sense of urgency that helps maintain concentration during the work periods. And finally, it provides a framework for gradually extending your focus capacity over time. As you become more comfortable with this approach, you can experiment with longer focus periods, 35 minutes, then 45, then 60. The key is to increase the duration gradually, respecting your current limits while gently expanding them. Another powerful practice for strengthening attention is mindfulness meditation. At its core, meditation is attention training. When you sit and focus on your breath, noticing when your mind wanders and gently bringing it back, you're literally exercising your ability to direct and sustain attention. Research from the University of Washington found that knowledge workers who received mindfulness training were able to stay on task longer and with less distraction compared to a control group. They also reported less stress and better memory for the details of their work. To incorporate this practice, start with just 5 minutes of focused attention on your breath or another simple anchor. When you notice your mind has wandered, which it will, frequently at first, simply note the distraction without judgment and return your attention to your anchor. Gradually increase the duration as your capacity grows. The key insight here is that the moment of noticing your distraction and returning to focus is the equivalent of a mental rep. It's the strengthening mechanism. Each time you catch your wandering mind and bring it back, you're building your attention muscle. Beyond these structured practices, you can also strengthen your focus through how you approach everyday activities. Read physical books for extended periods without checking your phone. Have conversations without glancing at screens. Go for walks without audio input, simply observing your surroundings. Practice fully engaging with simple tasks like washing dishes or folding laundry, bringing your complete attention to the activity. These focus snacks throughout your day help maintain and strengthen your attention capacity, making it easier to achieve deep concentration when you need it most. As your ability to focus improves, you'll notice not just greater productivity, but also a deeper sense of engagement with your work. Tasks that once felt like a struggle to get through become more absorbing. This growing absorption is the bridge to an even more powerful state, the mysterious condition known as flow. Setting the stage for flow. In the early 1970s, psychologist Csikszentmihalyi became fascinated by a curious phenomenon. Interviewing artists, he noticed that they would become so absorbed in their work that they would forget to eat, ignore fatigue, and lose track of time. Yet despite this intense effort, they described the experience as effortless and deeply satisfying. Csikszentmihalyi called this state flow and spent decades researching it across diverse fields, from chess players to surgeons, rock climbers to composers. He discovered that flow isn't limited to creative pursuits or elite performance. It's a universal human potential that can emerge whenever certain conditions are met. Flow represents the pinnacle of focused engagement, a state where attention is so completely absorbed by an activity that nothing else seems to matter. Self-consciousness falls away. Time distorts, action and awareness merge. And perhaps most remarkably, difficult tasks that would normally require tremendous willpower become intrinsically rewarding. This is the secret power of flow. It transforms hard work from something you have to force yourself to do into something you want to do. The activity becomes its own reward, independent of external outcomes or incentives. While flow states might seem mysterious or available only to certain people, Csikszentmihalyi's research revealed that specific conditions reliably trigger this state. By deliberately creating these conditions, you can make flow more accessible in your own work, regardless of the task. The first essential condition is the balance between challenge and skill. Flow emerges when you're working at the edge of your abilities, when the task is difficult enough to demand your full attention, but not so difficult that it overwhelms you. Too little challenge leads to boredom. Too much leads to anxiety. The sweet spot lies in that narrow band where your skills are stretched but not broken. This explains why flow often appears during challenging tasks rather than easy ones. Easy activities don't demand enough attention to fully absorb you. They leave room for distraction and self-consciousness. Difficult tasks, when matched to your skill level, consume your complete attention, leaving no cognitive resources for anything else. To create this challenge-skill balance, choose tasks that stretch your current abilities but remain within reach. Break down overwhelming challenges into components that match your skill level. Gradually increase difficulty as your skills improve to maintain the optimal balance. The second key condition is clear goals and immediate feedback. Flow flourishes when you know exactly what you're trying to accomplish and can immediately see how well you're doing. This clarity eliminates the uncertainty that often disrupts focus and creates a direct connection between your actions and their effects. To establish clear goals and feedback, define specific objectives for each work session before you begin. Create mechanisms for tracking your progress in real time. Look for natural feedback within the task itself, signs that you're moving in the right direction. Generate your own feedback when external feedback isn't available. The third condition is a distraction-free environment, both external and internal. Flow requires complete attention, which means eliminating not just external interruptions, but also internal distractions like self-doubt, worry about outcomes, or concern about how others might judge your work. To create this distraction-free space, apply the strategies for eliminating external distractions discussed earlier. Address potential internal distractions before beginning. Write down concerns to address later. Clarify any uncertainties about the task, and set clear boundaries around your work period. Develop pre-work rituals that help you transition into a focused mindset. With these conditions in place, appropriate challenge, clear goals and feedback, and minimal distractions, you create an environment where flow can emerge. But setting the stage is just the beginning. The next step is learning how to enter this elusive state more reliably. Getting in the zone. Even with ideal conditions, flow doesn't always appear automatically. Entering this state often requires navigating what Stephen Kotler, a leading researcher on flow states, calls the struggle phase, that initial period of effort and resistance before flow emerges. This struggle phase explains why many people miss out on flow experiences. They encounter the initial difficulty, interpret it as a sign that the task is too hard or not engaging, and switch to something else just before flow would have emerged. Understanding that this struggle is normal, even necessary, helps you persist through it to reach the more rewarding state on the other side. Several practices can help you move through the struggle phase and into flow more consistently. Develop entry rituals that signal to your brain it's time for deep focus. These might be as simple as arranging your workspace in a particular way, putting on specific music, or taking 3 deep breaths before beginning. Over time, these rituals become powerful triggers that help your brain transition into a flow-ready state. Start with the most engaging aspect of the task. Flow is more likely to emerge when you're genuinely interested in what you're doing. If possible, begin with the part of the work that naturally draws your curiosity or excitement. Once flow develops, it becomes easier to maintain it, even through less inherently interesting aspects of the task. Work at your peak energy time. Flow requires significant mental resources. By scheduling challenging tasks during the hours when your energy and attention are naturally highest, you increase your chances of accessing this optimal state. Pay attention to your natural rhythms and protect your peak hours for your most important work. Eliminate self-consciousness and self-evaluation during the work process. Flow flourishes when you're fully absorbed in the task itself rather than monitoring your own performance or worrying about outcomes. Save evaluation for after the work session. During the work, focus entirely on the process. Allow for full immersion. Give yourself permission to become completely absorbed in the task. This might mean setting aside longer blocks of time than you typically would, ensuring you won't be interrupted and mentally committing to the work without reservation. Embrace the challenge. Rather than seeing difficulty as something to avoid, actively welcome it as the necessary condition for flow. Remind yourself that the struggle is not an obstacle to an optimal experience, but the gateway to it. As you implement these practices, you'll likely notice that flow becomes more accessible over time. What once seemed like a rare, almost accidental state becomes something you can invite more reliably. The more frequently you experience flow, the more familiar the entry process becomes, creating a positive cycle of deepening engagement. It's important to recognize, however, that flow isn't an all-or-nothing state. It exists on a spectrum, from mild absorption to complete immersion. Even partial flow states, where you're significantly engaged but not totally absorbed, can dramatically improve both your performance and your experience of difficult tasks. The goal isn't to achieve perfect flow in every work session, but to move further along the spectrum toward deeper engagement. Each step in that direction makes hard work not just more productive, but more intrinsically rewarding. With practice in entering flow, the next challenge becomes sustaining it, especially in a world full of potential interruptions. Sustaining flow and handling interruptions. Flow states are powerful but fragile. A single interruption can shatter the delicate balance of complete absorption, sending you back to the beginning of the entry process. In today's connected world, protecting these states requires both preventive strategies and recovery techniques for when interruptions inevitably occur. The first line of defense is creating stronger boundaries around your flow sessions. This might mean communicating clearly with others about your need for uninterrupted time, physically removing yourself from environments where interruptions are likely, using technology to create barriers like website blockers or do not disturb settings. Scheduling flow sessions during times when interruptions are less likely. Despite your best efforts, however, interruptions will sometimes break through these defenses. When this happens, the key is having strategies to minimize the damage and return to flow as quickly as possible. When interrupted, first acknowledge the reality of what's happened. Flow has been broken, and pretending otherwise only leads to frustration. Take a moment to bookmark where you were, mentally or literally, so you have a clear re-entry point. For brief interruptions, try to maintain a thread of connection to your work. Keep the task mentally active by repeating key points to yourself or quickly noting where your thoughts were headed. This creates a bridge that makes it easier to return once the interruption ends. For longer interruptions, consider whether you need a complete reset before returning to the task. Sometimes a short walk or a few minutes of mindfulness practice can help clear the mental residue of the interruption and prepare you to re-engage fully. When returning to the task, don't expect to immediately resume the same depth of flow. Instead, consciously restart your entry process. Review your goals, reconnect with what's interesting or challenging about the task, and give yourself a few minutes to ramp back up to full engagement. Beyond handling specific interruptions, certain practices can help maintain flow over longer periods. Build momentum through early wins. Start your work session by accomplishing something concrete and satisfying, creating forward motion that helps sustain engagement through more challenging sections. Maintain the challenge-skill balance as you progress. As you work, tasks that initially required full concentration might become easier, potentially leading to boredom and loss of flow. Continuously look for ways to increase the challenge to match your growing skill. Use natural breaking points for necessary pauses. If you need to take a break, try to do so at a logical transition point in the task rather than in the middle of a complex section. This creates a cleaner mental break and makes re-entry easier. Capture insights and ideas as they emerge. Flow often generates valuable insights that aren't directly related to your current focus. Having a system to quickly note these without breaking your concentration helps maintain flow while preserving these valuable thoughts. Practice recovering from distractions. When your mind inevitably wanders, develop the habit of gently but firmly bringing it back to the task without self-criticism. This skill, returning to focus after distraction, is perhaps the most important for sustaining flow over time. With practice, you'll develop your own personal toolkit for entering, maintaining, and recovering flow states. You'll learn which conditions work best for you, which types of tasks most readily induce flow, and which recovery strategies help you regain focus most effectively after interruptions. This personalized approach recognizes that while the fundamental principles of focus and flow are universal, their specific manifestations vary widely between individuals. What triggers flow for one person might hinder it for another. The key is systematic experimentation and reflection on your own experiences. The transformative power of focus and flow. As you develop your capacity for deep focus and learn to access flow more consistently, something remarkable happens. Difficult tasks transform from burdens into sources of satisfaction. Work that once required immense willpower becomes intrinsically rewarding. Challenges that seemed overwhelming become opportunities for engagement and growth. This transformation represents perhaps the ultimate form of self-manipulation, changing not just how you approach hard things, but how you experience them at the most fundamental level. Instead of forcing yourself to do difficult tasks through sheer determination, you create conditions where doing hard things becomes one of life's most rewarding experiences. The benefits extend far beyond productivity. Research consistently shows that people who regularly experience flow report higher levels of overall life satisfaction and well-being. These optimal experiences become islands of meaning in a sea of routine, moments when we feel most alive, engaged, and fulfilled. Flow also accelerates skill development. Because it combines high challenge with complete engagement, it creates ideal conditions for learning and growth. The hours you spend in flow often contribute disproportionately to your development in any field, creating a compounding effect over time. Perhaps most importantly, flow reconnects us with the intrinsic value of difficult work. In a world obsessed with external rewards and recognition, flow reminds us that some of our most meaningful experiences come not from what our work produces, but from the experience of the work itself, from the joy of full engagement with a challenging task. As you continue your journey of mastering hard things, remember that focus and flow aren't just productivity techniques. They're gateways to a richer, more engaged experience of life itself. By learning to direct your attention skillfully and create conditions for optimal experience, you transform not just what you can accomplish, but how it feels to accomplish it. Yet, even with the ability to access these powerful states, something crucial might still be missing. What happens when the task itself holds no inherent interest for you? When even with perfect focus, the work feels empty or meaningless? When external rewards and recognition aren't enough to sustain your motivation through the inevitable difficulties? This is where we must look deeper, beyond techniques and states to something more fundamental, the source of motivation itself. What drives us to take on difficult challenges in the first place? How can we connect even seemingly mundane tasks to our deeper values and purposes? The answers lie in understanding a force more powerful than any external reward or punishment, intrinsic motivation. And unlocking this force requires a journey into the very heart of what makes us human. Chapter 5. Intrinsic Motivation. The alarm sounds at 5 a.m. It's dark outside, your bed is warm, and every fiber of your being wants to hit snooze and drift back to sleep. Yet somehow, against all odds, you rise. You lace up your running shoes, step out into the cold morning air, and begin your daily run. Not because anyone is forcing you, not because you'll be punished if you don't, but because some part of you genuinely wants to. What is this mysterious force that can override our natural inclination toward comfort and ease? What power can make us willingly embrace discomfort, challenge, and effort? And most importantly, how can we harness this force to tackle the difficult tasks that matter most to us? In previous chapters, we've explored how to manipulate your mindset, manage your emotions, think strategically, and cultivate focus and flow. These are all powerful tools, but they still leave a fundamental question unanswered. Why bother in the first place? What makes any difficult task worth doing? For many people, the answer lies in external rewards and pressures. They exercise to avoid judgment about their appearance. They work hard to earn money or recognition. They learn new skills to advance their careers. These external motivators, rewards, punishments, social approval, status, can indeed drive behavior, sometimes quite effectively. But there's a problem with relying solely on external motivation. It's fragile. When the external reward disappears or the external pressure lets up, the motivation often vanishes with it. The person who exercises only to look good for a wedding often stops once the event passes. The employee who works hard only for a promotion may disengage once they receive it. The student who studies only to please their parents might abandon learning altogether once they're on their own. What if there was a more sustainable source of motivation? One that didn't depend on external carrots and sticks, but came from within? What if you could find a way to want to do the hard things that move your life forward? This is the domain of intrinsic motivation, the drive that emerges not from external rewards or pressures, but from the inherent satisfaction of the activity itself. When you're intrinsically motivated, you engage in a task because you find it interesting, enjoyable, meaningful, or aligned with your values. The activity becomes its own reward. The power of intrinsic motivation lies in its sustainability. When you're driven from within, you don't need constant external reinforcement to keep going. You persist through challenges not because you have to, but because you want to. This makes intrinsic motivation the ultimate tool for tackling difficult long-term endeavors, the kind that require consistent effort over extended periods. In this chapter, we'll explore how to cultivate and harness this powerful force. You'll discover how to transform tasks that initially feel like obligations into activities that pull you forward with their own magnetic attraction. You'll learn to connect even seemingly mundane responsibilities to your deeper values and interests. And you'll develop the ability to find genuine enjoyment in the process of mastering difficult skills. The journey begins with understanding the fundamental distinction between two very different types of motivation. Intrinsic, extrinsic. Imagine two pianists practicing the same challenging piece of music. From the outside, their behavior looks identical. Both spend hours repeating difficult passages, working through technical challenges, and refining their interpretation. But internally, their experiences couldn't be more different. The first pianist practices because they love the feeling of the keys under their fingers, the beauty of the music, and the satisfaction of mastering a difficult passage. They lose track of time while practicing, often continuing longer than planned because they're genuinely enjoying the process. This is intrinsic motivation, engagement driven by the inherent rewards of the activity itself. The second pianist practices primarily to win an upcoming competition, impress their teacher, or avoid the embarrassment of performing poorly. They watch the clock while practicing, counting down the minutes until they can stop. They might work just as hard as the first pianist, but their experience is one of effort and obligation rather than enjoyment. This is extrinsic motivation, engagement driven by rewards or consequences external to the activity. Both types of motivation can drive behavior, but they differ dramatically in how they feel and how sustainable they are. Extrinsic motivation often creates a sense of pressure and tension. You do the task because you have to, not because you want to. This makes it difficult to maintain over time, especially when the external rewards or pressures fluctuate. Intrinsic motivation, by contrast, creates a sense of freedom and flow. You do the task because it feels good to do it. This makes it naturally self-sustaining. You don't need to constantly push yourself because the activity itself pulls you in. The distinction between intrinsic and extrinsic motivation isn't just theoretical, it has profound practical implications. A fascinating series of studies by psychologists Edward Deci and Richard Ryan demonstrated what they called the undermining effect of external rewards on intrinsic motivation. In one classic experiment, researchers observed children who enjoyed playing with drawing materials during free playtime. They then divided the children into 3 groups. One group was told they would receive a reward for drawing, one group received an unexpected reward after drawing, and one group received no reward. In subsequent free play periods, the children who had been promised rewards for drawing showed significantly less interest in the activity than they had before. The external reward had undermined their intrinsic motivation. This effect has been replicated in numerous studies across various activities and age groups. When people are rewarded for doing something they already enjoy, their intrinsic motivation for that activity often decreases. It's as if the external reward changes their perception from "I'm doing this because I want to" "I'm doing this because of the reward." This doesn't mean all external rewards are harmful. Unexpected rewards, or rewards that provide information about competence, like genuine praise for good work, don't typically undermine intrinsic motivation. The problem arises when rewards feel controlling, when they make people feel that their behavior is being directed by the reward rather than by their own interest or enjoyment. The implications are clear. If you want sustained motivation for difficult tasks, relying solely on external rewards or pressures is a risky strategy. While they might get you started, they're unlikely to keep you going over the long haul. For lasting motivation, you need to connect with intrinsic drivers, the aspects of the task that can be inherently rewarding. But what if the task itself doesn't seem inherently enjoyable? What if it's something you genuinely need or want to do, but can't imagine finding intrinsically motivating? This is where the real work of cultivating intrinsic motivation begins, with finding your deeper why. Find your why. Every difficult task exists within a larger context of meaning and purpose. Even the most seemingly mundane activity connects to values, goals, or aspects of identity that matter to you. The key to intrinsic motivation lies in uncovering these connections, in finding the personal significance that makes the task worth doing for its own sake. This process begins with a simple but profound question. Why does this matter to me? Not why should it matter according to others, or why would it be practical or beneficial in some abstract sense, but why does it genuinely matter to you personally? The answer rarely lies on the surface. It requires digging deeper, looking beyond the immediate task to the values and aspirations it serves. Consider someone who needs to learn a complex software program for their work. On the surface, this task might seem purely instrumental, something they have to do to perform their job. But dig deeper, and connections to intrinsic motivators emerge. Perhaps mastering this software represents personal growth and the satisfaction of developing new capabilities. Perhaps it connects to their identity as someone who stays current in their field or who overcomes technical challenges. Perhaps it serves their desire for autonomy and self-sufficiency, reducing their dependence on others for technical help. Perhaps it advances a project they genuinely care about, one that aligns with their values or interests. Each of these connections transforms the task from a mere obligation into an expression of something meaningful. The task becomes not just something to get through, but a vehicle for expressing and advancing what matters to you. Finding your why often requires asking a series of progressively deeper questions. Start with, why am I doing this task? Then for each answer, ask, why does that matter to me? Continue this process, drilling down through layers of meaning until you reach something that resonates at an emotional level, something that feels genuinely important and aligned with your sense of self. For example, why am I learning this programming language? Because I need it for my current project. Why does that project matter to me? Because it could advance my career. Why does advancing my career matter? Because I want to take on more interesting and impactful work. Why does that matter? Because I want to use my skills to create things that make a difference in people's lives. Why does that matter? Because I value contribution and creativity. I want my work to matter. This process reveals that learning the programming language isn't just about completing a task or even advancing a career. It's about expressing core values of contribution and creativity. The task becomes a meaningful step toward becoming the kind of person you want to be and creating the kind of impact you want to have. Sometimes finding your why requires looking beyond the task itself to the meta skills it develops. Even if the specific content of a task doesn't excite you, the capabilities it builds might connect to things you deeply value. Learning to manage complex projects, communicate persuasively, analyze data, or solve technical problems are meta skills that serve countless meaningful goals. The power of finding your why lies in its ability to transform your relationship with difficult tasks. When you connect a challenging activity to something you genuinely care about, the discomfort and effort take on new meaning. They're no longer just obstacles to be overcome, but investments in what matters to you. The hard work becomes not just something you have to endure, but something you choose to embrace because it serves your deeper purpose. This doesn't mean the task suddenly becomes easy or that you'll always feel motivated to do it, but it does create a foundation of meaning that can sustain you through the inevitable ups and downs of motivation. When external rewards and pressures fail, this deeper connection to purpose can keep you moving forward. With your why established, the next step is to shape the task itself to better align with your intrinsic psychological needs. Crafting internal incentives. Humans have innate psychological needs that, when satisfied, create a sense of well-being and intrinsic motivation. According to self-determination theory, developed by psychologists Edward Deci and Richard Ryan, 3 needs are particularly crucial: autonomy, the need to feel self-directed; competence, the need to feel effective and capable; and relatedness, the need to feel connected to others or to a larger purpose. When a task satisfies these needs, it becomes inherently rewarding. You engage in it not primarily for external outcomes, but for the satisfaction the activity itself provides. By deliberately crafting your approach to difficult tasks to better fulfill these needs, you can transform obligations into opportunities for meaningful engagement. Autonomy, make it your own. Autonomy doesn't necessarily mean complete freedom or independence. Rather, it's about feeling that your actions align with your authentic self, that you're acting from choice rather than from external pressure or control. Even when a task is non-negotiable, you can find ways to exercise choice and express your personal style within it. The key is to shift your perspective from "I have to do this" to "I choose to do this." This isn't just semantic gymnastics, it's about recognizing the element of choice that exists even in seemingly mandatory tasks. You may not choose the task itself, but you can choose how you approach it, when you do it, where you do it, or what aspects you emphasize. For example, if you need to write a report for work, you might not have a choice about whether to do it, but you likely have choices about when you work on it, early morning, during regular hours, or in the evening, where you work, at your desk, in a coffee shop, or in a quiet corner of the office. How you structure it, the format, style, or emphasis. What process you use, outlining first, starting with the conclusion, or writing sections out of order. By consciously exercising these choices, you transform the experience from one of external control to one of self-direction. The task becomes an expression of your preferences and style rather than merely an obligation imposed from outside. Another powerful way to increase autonomy is to connect the task to goals you've freely chosen. When you see how a required task serves your personal aspirations, it shifts from something you have to do to something you want to do because it advances your own agenda. The language you use with yourself matters tremendously. Notice when you use phrases like "I have to," "I should," or "I must," and experiment with replacing them with "I choose to," "I get to," or "I want to." This simple shift can dramatically change how you experience the task. Mastery, focus on growth. Few experiences are more intrinsically satisfying than the sense of growing more capable, of developing skills, overcoming challenges, and expanding your abilities. This is the essence of mastery, and it can transform even mundane tasks into opportunities for meaningful engagement. The key is to approach difficult tasks with a growth mindset, a focus on developing capability rather than proving it. Instead of asking, "Can I do this?" or "Will I succeed?" ask, "What can I learn from this?" and "How can I improve?" This shift changes the fundamental nature of the task. Failure becomes not a judgment of your worth, but information about where you need to grow. Challenges become not threats, but opportunities to develop new capabilities. The focus moves from the outcome to the process of improvement itself. To cultivate this mastery orientation, set learning goals rather than just performance goals. Instead of focusing exclusively on the end result, define specific skills or knowledge you want to develop through the process. Track your progress over time. Notice how you're improving, even in small ways. This creates a sense of momentum and growth that fuels continued engagement. Embrace challenges as growth opportunities. When you encounter difficulties, remind yourself that this is precisely how skills develop, through stretching beyond your current capabilities. Break the task into mastery levels. Create a progression from beginner to advanced with clear markers of advancement. This transforms a single overwhelming task into a series of achievable milestones. Seek feedback that focuses on improvement. Rather than just evaluating success or failure, look for information about what's working, what isn't, and how you can adjust your approach. The satisfaction of mastery comes not from achieving perfection, but from the experience of progress. Each small improvement, each new insight or capability creates an intrinsic reward that can sustain motivation even through difficult challenges. Purpose, linked to something larger. Humans naturally seek meaning and purpose, connections to something larger than themselves. When a task contributes to a purpose you care about, it takes on significance beyond its immediate outcomes. The effort becomes worthwhile not just for what it achieves, but for what it represents and contributes to. To connect tasks to larger purpose, identify your core values, the principles and ideals that matter most to you. These might include things like creativity, excellence, service, growth, connection, or contribution. Reflect on how the task expresses or advances these values. How does doing this work well demonstrate what you stand for? How does it contribute to causes or communities you care about? Consider the ripple effects of your work. How might doing this task well positively impact others, either directly or indirectly? What difference could it make beyond the immediate outcome? Connect to your vision of the future. How does this task, however small, contribute to creating the kind of world you want to live in or the kind of life you want to lead? See yourself as part of a larger narrative. How does your work connect to traditions, movements, or fields that extend beyond your individual contribution? This connection to purpose doesn't have to be grandiose. Even routine tasks can express values like care, excellence, or integrity. The key is finding the genuine connection between the work and what matters to you, not forcing artificial meaning, but uncovering the authentic significance that already exists. By deliberately crafting your approach to difficult tasks to satisfy these fundamental needs, autonomy, mastery, and purpose, you transform the nature of the experience. The task becomes not just something you do for external rewards or to avoid negative consequences, but an opportunity to express your authentic self, develop your capabilities, and contribute to what matters. This is the essence of intrinsic motivation. But even with these deeper connections established, some tasks remain inherently challenging or tedious. For these situations, another powerful approach is available, finding ways to make the process itself more enjoyable. Make it fun, if possible. The word work often carries connotations of seriousness, effort, and even suffering. We contrast it with play, which we associate with enjoyment, freedom, and lightness. But this sharp distinction between work and play is largely artificial, and it undermines our potential for intrinsic motivation. What if you could bring elements of play into even the most serious tasks? What if the process itself, not just the outcome, could be a source of enjoyment? This approach, finding ways to make difficult tasks more inherently enjoyable, can transform your experience of work. Instead of gritting your teeth and pushing through discomfort, you find yourself pulled forward by the pleasure of the activity itself. One powerful strategy is to introduce elements of challenge and competition, not against others, but against yourself or abstract standards. Humans are naturally drawn to challenges that test our abilities without overwhelming them. By framing a task as a personal challenge rather than a burden, you tap into this natural inclination. For example, if you're tackling a tedious administrative task, you might challenge yourself to complete it 10% faster than last time, or to maintain perfect accuracy while increasing your speed. This shifts your focus from the tedium of the task to the engaging challenge of improvement. Another approach is to inject creativity into the process. Even routine tasks often allow for personal expression or innovative approaches. By looking for opportunities to add your unique touch or to experiment with new methods, you transform rote execution into creative problem solving. For instance, if you're organizing files or data, you might develop your own elegant system or visualization approach. If you're writing standard reports, you might experiment with more engaging formats or clearer ways of presenting information. Social elements can also make difficult tasks more enjoyable. Working alongside others, either literally or virtually, sharing progress, or even friendly competition can transform solitary struggle into communal engagement. The social connection itself becomes a source of intrinsic reward. Sometimes, the key to enjoyment lies in changing not the task, but how you engage with it. Full presence and mindfulness, giving your complete attention to the sensory and cognitive experience of the task, can reveal subtle pleasures and satisfactions that go unnoticed when you're mentally resisting the activity. For example, even something as seemingly mundane as filing papers can become engaging when you bring full attention to the physical sensations, the satisfaction of creating order, or the subtle decisions involved in categorization. The task doesn't change, but your experience of it transforms dramatically. Playfulness itself, approaching tasks with curiosity, experimentation, and a willingness to be surprised, can infuse even serious work with enjoyment. This doesn't mean being frivolous or irresponsible. It means bringing a spirit of openness and discovery to your work, rather than grim determination. Not every task can be made fun in the conventional sense. Some work remains challenging, demanding, or even tedious, despite your best efforts to enliven it. But by looking for opportunities to introduce elements of challenge, creativity, connection, presence, and playfulness, you can discover pockets of enjoyment in even the most difficult tasks. This approach, finding ways to make the process itself rewarding, complements the deeper connections to meaning and purpose we explored earlier. Together, they create a powerful foundation for sustained intrinsic motivation. But even with these strategies in place, maintaining motivation over time requires one more crucial element: the ability to recognize and reinforce your own progress and achievements. Internal feedback and reward. In traditional motivation systems, feedback and rewards come from external sources. Bosses provide evaluations, customers give reviews, audiences applaud, grades assess performance. These external validations can certainly be motivating, but relying solely on them creates dependency and vulnerability. What happens when the external feedback is delayed, absent, or negative despite your best efforts? Intrinsic motivation requires developing your own internal system of feedback and reward. The ability to recognize, appreciate, and celebrate your progress and achievements without depending on external validation. This internal system becomes particularly crucial for difficult, long-term endeavors where external feedback may be sparse or inconsistent. The foundation of internal feedback is self-awareness, the ability to accurately observe your own performance, progress, and growth. This isn't about inflating your achievements or ignoring areas for improvement. It's about developing a clear, honest assessment of where you stand and how you're developing. Effective self-awareness involves defining clear, specific criteria for success before you begin. What specifically would constitute good performance or meaningful progress? Having these criteria in mind allows you to evaluate your work objectively rather than relying on vague feelings. Regularly pausing to reflect on your process and progress. What's working well? What have you accomplished? Where are you improving? What challenges are you encountering, and how might you address them? Seeking evidence of growth and development, not just achievement of end goals. Notice new capabilities, insights, or approaches you're developing through the process. Comparing your current performance not to some ideal of perfection, but to your past performance. Are you improving, learning, developing new capabilities? This self-awareness creates the foundation for internal reward, the ability to genuinely appreciate and celebrate your own efforts and achievements. This isn't about empty self-congratulation, but about truly recognizing the value in what you've accomplished and the person you're becoming through your efforts. Internal reward might take the form of conscious acknowledgement of progress and achievements. Take a moment to explicitly recognize what you've accomplished and the effort it required. Reflection on the meaning and significance of your work. How does this progress connect to your values, goals, and sense of purpose? Celebration of milestones, both large and small. Find ways to mark significant achievements in ways that feel meaningful to you. Gratitude for the opportunity to engage in meaningful work and to develop your capabilities. This perspective transforms difficult tasks from burdens into privileges. The power of internal feedback and reward lies in its independence from external circumstances. When you can recognize and appreciate your own efforts and achievements, you become less dependent on external validation. Your motivation becomes more stable and sustainable, able to weather the inevitable ups and downs of external response. This doesn't mean external feedback isn't valuable. It often provides important information and perspective that self-assessment alone might miss. But when external feedback is integrated with a robust internal system, you can use it without being controlled by it. You can learn from criticism without being devastated by it, and you can appreciate praise without becoming dependent on it. Developing this internal system takes practice. Many of us have been conditioned to look outside ourselves for validation and recognition. We've learned to discount our own assessments and to depend on others to tell us whether our work is good enough. Shifting to a more internally driven approach requires consciously cultivating new habits of self-awareness, reflection, and appreciation. Start small, perhaps with a brief end-of-day reflection on what you accomplished and what you learned. Notice the tendency to dismiss or minimize your achievements and gently challenge this habit. Look for specific, concrete evidence of progress and growth, and allow yourself to genuinely appreciate these developments. Over time, this practice builds a robust internal feedback system that can sustain motivation even when external rewards and recognition are scarce. You become less dependent on others to tell you whether your work matters or whether you're making progress. You develop the capacity to find satisfaction and meaning in the work itself, regardless of external response. This internal system doesn't replace external feedback and reward, it complements them. Together, they create a balanced approach to motivation that draws on both external and internal sources, making you more resilient and adaptable in the face of changing circumstances. The self-sustaining cycle of intrinsic motivation. As you implement these strategies, finding your deeper why, crafting internal incentives, making the process enjoyable, and developing internal feedback systems, something remarkable begins to happen. The difficult tasks that once required immense willpower start to pull you forward with their own magnetic attraction. The work that once drained your energy begins to generate it. This is the self-sustaining cycle of intrinsic motivation. When a task connects to your values and purpose, satisfies your psychological needs, provides enjoyment in the process, and generates its own internal rewards, it creates a positive feedback loop. The satisfaction you derive from the work fuels your engagement with it, which deepens your satisfaction, which further increases your engagement. This cycle transforms your relationship with difficult tasks at the most fundamental level. Instead of constantly pushing yourself to do what needs to be done, you find yourself drawn to the work by its own inherent rewards. Discipline becomes less about forcing yourself to act against your inclinations and more about creating the conditions that align your desires with your goals. This doesn't mean the work becomes effortless or that you never experience resistance. Difficult tasks remain difficult, but the nature of the difficulty changes, from the strain of forcing yourself to do something you don't want to do to the welcome challenge of engaging with something meaningful and rewarding. The beauty of intrinsic motivation is its sustainability. Unlike external rewards and pressures, which often diminish over time or require constant escalation to maintain their effect, intrinsic rewards tend to deepen with engagement. The more you connect with the inherent value and satisfaction in the work, the more motivating it becomes. This sustainability makes intrinsic motivation particularly valuable for long-term endeavors, the kind that require consistent effort over extended periods. When your motivation comes primarily from within, you can maintain engagement through the inevitable fluctuations in external rewards and recognition. As you develop your capacity for intrinsic motivation, you become less dependent on perfect conditions or constant encouragement. You develop the ability to find meaning and satisfaction even in challenging circumstances. This resilience allows you to persist where others might give up, to find opportunities where others see only obstacles. The journey toward intrinsic motivation is itself a process of growth and discovery. It involves becoming more aware of what truly matters to you, more skilled at aligning your actions with your values, and more capable of finding satisfaction in the work itself, rather than just its outcomes. Through this process, you don't just accomplish difficult tasks. You become a different kind of person, one who approaches challenges with curiosity and engagement rather than resistance and avoidance. This transformation represents perhaps the ultimate form of self-manipulation, changing not just how you act, but how you want to act. By deliberately cultivating intrinsic motivation, you align your desires with your goals, creating a harmony between what you want to do and what you need to do. But even with this powerful internal drive established, there are moments when motivation falters, when the connection to meaning and purpose feels distant, when the inherent rewards of the work seem obscured by stress or fatigue. In these moments, you need more than just motivation. You need a systematic approach to maintaining calm, focus, and resilience in the face of challenge. You need a method that can guide you back to center when you feel scattered, that can help you find stillness amidst chaos, that can keep you moving forward when the path seems unclear. This is where we turn to an ancient wisdom reborn for modern challenges, a systematic approach to cultivating the inner conditions that make difficult work not just possible, but transformative. It's a method that integrates the best of Eastern contemplative traditions with Western psychological science, creating a practical path for navigating life's most demanding tasks with grace and effectiveness. But to truly understand this approach, we must first explore its unusual name and the profound philosophy it represents. Chapter 6, Lotus Method. In the murky depths of a pond, buried in darkness and mud, a seed begins its journey. Surrounded by muck and obstacles, it slowly extends its roots downward and its stem upward. Day after day, it grows through the cloudy water, steadily reaching for the surface. Finally, it breaks through, and a perfect flower unfolds in the sunlight, pristine, beautiful, and untouched by the mud from which it emerged. This is the lotus flower, a universal symbol of resilience, purity, and transformation. Growing from the muddiest waters yet remaining unsullied, the lotus represents the human capacity to rise above difficult circumstances and bloom into something magnificent. What if you could approach your most challenging tasks with the same natural grace and resilience as the lotus? What if, instead of fighting against resistance or forcing yourself through difficulty, you could find a way to move through challenges with a sense of calm determination? What if the very qualities that make the lotus so remarkable, its ability to transform mud into beauty, could be cultivated within your own mind? In the previous chapters, we've explored various strategies for tackling difficult tasks, from manipulating your mindset and managing your emotions to thinking strategically and cultivating intrinsic motivation. These approaches provide powerful tools for specific aspects of doing hard things. But now we turn to something more comprehensive, a systematic framework that integrates these tools into a cohesive whole. This framework draws inspiration from both ancient wisdom traditions and cutting-edge psychological research. It offers not just techniques, but a philosophy, a way of being with difficulty that transforms how you experience challenging tasks at the most fundamental level. Like the lotus rising through muddy waters to bloom in the sunlight, this method helps you navigate the messiness of difficult tasks to achieve clarity, effectiveness, and even beauty in your work. What exactly is this framework, and how can it help you tackle the hardest challenges with greater ease and effectiveness? The answers lie in understanding a unique approach to mental training, one that might just revolutionize how you approach difficult tasks forever. Overview of the Lotus Method. The Lotus Method is a 5-step framework designed to systematically train your brain to handle difficult tasks with greater ease and effectiveness. Unlike approaches that focus solely on productivity techniques or motivational strategies, the Lotus Method addresses the fundamental mental patterns that either support or undermine your ability to do hard things. At its core, this method recognizes a simple truth. The greatest obstacles to difficult tasks often lie not in the tasks themselves, but in how your mind relates to them. When you face a challenging project, a complex problem, or an intimidating goal, your mind typically generates resistance in various forms. Anxiety about failure, overwhelm at the complexity, impatience for results, or simply the desire to do something, anything, easier and more immediately gratifying. The Lotus Method doesn't try to eliminate this resistance through sheer force of will. Instead, it works with the natural tendencies of your mind, gradually transforming your relationship with difficult tasks from one of struggle to one of engaged flow. Like the lotus flower that doesn't fight against the mud, but uses it as nourishment for growth, this method doesn't fight against mental resistance, but transforms it into fuel for progress. The 5 pillars of the Lotus Method, awareness, flow, stillness, focus, and patience, work together to address different aspects of your mental relationship with difficult tasks. Each pillar builds upon the others, creating a comprehensive approach that can be applied to virtually any challenging endeavor. Awareness forms the foundation, the ability to clearly see your own mental and emotional responses to the task without being controlled by them. Flow builds on this awareness by helping you engage with the task in a way that feels natural and fluid rather than forced. Stillness cultivates the inner calm that allows you to maintain clarity and equanimity even when the work becomes challenging. Focus directs your attention precisely where it needs to go, preventing the scattered thinking that often undermines difficult work. Patience sustains your effort over time, allowing you to persist through obstacles and setbacks with gentle determination. Together, these 5 elements create a mental environment where difficult tasks become not just manageable, but potentially transformative, opportunities for growth, mastery, and even enjoyment rather than merely obstacles to overcome. The power of the Lotus Method lies in its integration of seemingly opposing qualities. It combines the sharp clarity of focused attention with the open receptivity of mindful awareness. It balances the active engagement of flow with the restful quality of inner stillness. It unites the directed energy of concentration with the spacious perspective of patience. This integration makes the method uniquely suited for complex, challenging tasks that require sustained effort over time. Unlike approaches that rely solely on willpower or motivation, both of which tend to fluctuate, The Lotus method cultivates stable mental qualities that can carry you through the inevitable ups and downs of difficult work. Let's explore each pillar of this method in detail, understanding how they work individually and how they combine to create a powerful system for mastering difficult tasks. Awareness. The journey begins with awareness, the simple yet profound practice of noticing what's happening in your mind as you approach a difficult task. This awareness acts as a spotlight, illuminating the often unconscious patterns of thought and emotion that shape your relationship with challenging work. When you sit down to tackle something difficult, what happens in your mind? Do thoughts arise like, "This is too hard," or "I'll never figure this out"? Do emotions surface? Anxiety, frustration, boredom, or dread? Does your body respond with tension, restlessness, or a sudden urge to check your phone? Most people never pause to notice these responses. They either push through them with sheer willpower, which is exhausting and unsustainable, or they succumb to them, abandoning the difficult task for something easier or more immediately gratifying. Either way, they remain caught in reactive patterns, never developing a more skillful relationship with challenging work. Awareness offers a third path. By simply noticing your mental and emotional responses without immediately reacting to them, you create space between the stimulus, the difficult task, and your response. In that space lies your freedom to choose a different way of engaging. This practice draws on the principles of mindfulness, the non-judgmental awareness of present moment experience. But unlike general mindfulness practice, the awareness cultivated in the Lotus method is specifically directed toward your relationship with difficult tasks. It's a targeted application of mindfulness to the particular challenge of doing hard things. To practice awareness in the context of difficult tasks, begin by simply noticing your initial reaction when you think about or begin the challenging task. What thoughts arise? What emotions do you feel? What sensations appear in your body? Observe these responses with curiosity rather than judgment. Pay particular attention to resistance, the part of you that doesn't want to do the task or believes you can't do it effectively. This resistance takes many forms: procrastination, self-doubt, distraction-seeking, perfectionism, or simply a vague sense of aversion. By bringing awareness to these forms of resistance, you begin to loosen their grip. Notice any stories or narratives your mind creates about the task or about yourself in relation to it. "This is going to be terrible. I always struggle with this kind of work. I should be better at this by now." These stories often operate below the level of conscious awareness, powerfully shaping your experience without your recognition. Observe how your attention moves in relation to the task. Does it dart away at the first sign of difficulty? Does it get caught in worries about the outcome? Does it fixate on potential problems rather than potential solutions? This movement of attention, often automatic and unconscious, significantly impacts your ability to engage effectively with challenging work. The key to this practice is maintaining a quality of non-judgmental curiosity. You're not trying to fix or change anything yet. You're simply observing with interest. This quality of awareness is like a scientist studying a phenomenon, clear-eyed, open, and interested in understanding rather than immediately controlling or changing what you observe. This non-judgmental quality is crucial because judgment often triggers defensiveness, which obscures clear seeing. If you berate yourself for feeling resistant or anxious about a difficult task, you're likely to either deny those feelings or become entangled in self-criticism. Neither response allows for the clear awareness that forms the foundation of the Lotus method. The power of awareness lies in its ability to interrupt automatic patterns. Most of your responses to difficult tasks have been conditioned over years or decades. They're habitual reactions rather than conscious choices. By bringing awareness to these patterns, you begin to disrupt their automatic nature. You create the possibility of responding differently, not through force, but through clear seeing. This awareness isn't a one-time practice, but an ongoing process. Each time you approach a difficult task, you have the opportunity to shine the light of awareness on your mental and emotional responses. Over time, this consistent awareness creates a profound shift in your relationship with challenging work, not by forcing change, but by creating the conditions where change naturally emerges. With this foundation of awareness established, you're ready to explore the second pillar of the Lotus method, the art of entering flow. Step 2. Having developed awareness of your mental and emotional responses to difficult tasks, the next step is learning to engage with those tasks in a way that feels natural and fluid rather than forced and rigid. This is the domain of flow, the art of easing into challenging work with a sense of rhythm and momentum. Many people approach difficult tasks with a mindset of struggle. They grit their teeth, tense their bodies, and push themselves forward through sheer force of will. This approach might work in the short term, but it's exhausting and unsustainable. It turns challenging work into a battle, you versus the task, creating unnecessary friction and resistance. Flow offers an alternative. Instead of fighting against the task or against your own resistance, you learn to work with the natural rhythms of your mind and body. You find ways to ease into the work gently, allowing momentum to build naturally rather than forcing it from the beginning. This doesn't mean the work becomes effortless or that you never experience difficulty. Rather, it means you approach the difficulty differently, not as an obstacle to overcome through brute force, but as a current to navigate with skill and sensitivity. To cultivate flow in relation to difficult tasks, start small and easy. Begin with a portion of the task that feels manageable and even slightly engaging. This creates an entry point that doesn't trigger overwhelming resistance. Once you're engaged with this easier aspect, momentum often carries you naturally into more challenging portions. Focus on process rather than outcome. When your attention is fixed on the end result, especially if it's a distant or ambitious goal, you're more likely to feel overwhelmed or discouraged. By shifting your focus to the immediate process, the next small step, the current subtask, you reduce resistance and make flow more accessible. Find your rhythm. Every person has natural cycles of energy and attention throughout the day and within work sessions. By observing and working with these rhythms rather than against them, you can make flow more accessible. Notice when you naturally feel more engaged and alert, and schedule challenging tasks during these periods when possible. Reduce friction in your environment and workflow. Flow is more likely to emerge when your path is clear of unnecessary obstacles. Prepare your workspace, gather needed materials, eliminate potential distractions, and create clear structures for your work. These preparations reduce the small frictions that can disrupt the development of flow. Engage your curiosity. Curiosity is one of the most powerful gateways to flow. By approaching the task with genuine interest and questions rather than dread or obligation, you create an internal environment conducive to flow. Even in seemingly mundane tasks, you can find aspects to be curious about: the optimal process, the underlying patterns, the subtle details. The essence of flow in the Lotus method isn't about achieving a perfect state of effortless engagement, though that may sometimes occur. It's about finding a way into difficult tasks that doesn't rely solely on willpower or discipline. It's about working with your mind's natural tendencies rather than constantly fighting against them. This approach draws on the psychological research on flow states conducted by Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi, but it adapts these insights for the specific challenge of difficult tasks. While classic flow states might be most accessible during activities you already enjoy, the flow pillar of the Lotus method helps you find elements of flow even in tasks you initially resist. By developing this capacity to ease into challenging work, to find the current of engagement that carries you forward, you create a more sustainable approach to difficult tasks. Instead of exhausting yourself through constant pushing, you learn to find the path of least resistance through the challenge. With awareness providing clear seeing and flow creating engagement, the next pillar addresses the quality of mind that maintains equilibrium throughout the process: stillness. Step 3. Stillness. In the midst of challenging work, your mind often becomes agitated. Thoughts race, emotions intensify, and inner turmoil can cloud your judgment and scatter your attention. This mental turbulence makes difficult tasks even harder, creating a cycle of increasing stress and decreasing effectiveness. The third pillar of the Lotus method, stillness, addresses this challenge by cultivating an inner sense of calm and stability that persists even during intense activity. This isn't about becoming passive or disengaged. It's about maintaining a quiet center from which clear action can emerge. Think of stillness as the eye of a hurricane, a place of perfect calm surrounded by powerful movement. In the context of difficult tasks, stillness allows you to engage fully with the work while maintaining an inner quietude that prevents stress, anxiety, or frustration from hijacking your effectiveness. This quality of stillness has been valued across diverse wisdom traditions, from Zen Buddhism's emphasis on maintaining equanimity during activity to the Taoist concept of wu wei, effortless action, to the Stoic ideal of inner tranquility amid external challenges. Modern psychology and neuroscience have confirmed the value of this approach, demonstrating that a calm yet alert mental state optimizes cognitive function and decision-making. To cultivate stillness in relation to difficult tasks, develop a regular meditation practice that trains your mind to return to a state of calm presence. Even a few minutes daily of simply sitting and focusing on your breath builds the neural pathways that support stillness during activity. Practice pausing briefly throughout your work. These micro breaks, even just a few seconds of conscious breathing, reset your nervous system and prevent the buildup of stress and tension that can disrupt stillness. Notice when your mind becomes agitated or turbulent during challenging work. This awareness itself often begins to calm the turbulence, like shining a light into a dark room filled with perceived threats. Cultivate the capacity to observe thoughts and emotions without being swept away by them. When anxiety, frustration, or self-doubt arise during difficult tasks, practice watching these mental events with a sense of spacious awareness rather than becoming identified with them. Maintain awareness of your body during challenging work. Physical tension in your shoulders, jaw, forehead, or elsewhere often accompanies and reinforces mental agitation. By consciously relaxing these areas, you support the quality of mental stillness. The stillness cultivated in the Lotus method isn't about suppressing thoughts or emotions. It's not about forcing your mind into an artificial state of calm. Rather, it's about discovering the natural stillness that exists beneath the surface turbulence of mental activity, a stillness that's always available but often overlooked in the midst of challenging work. This stillness provides a foundation for clear thinking and effective action. When your mind isn't churning with anxiety about outcomes or frustration with obstacles, you can see the task more clearly and respond more skillfully. Solutions often emerge naturally from this still awareness, without the forced effort that characterizes much of our approach to difficult work. Stillness also conserves mental energy. The inner turbulence of worry, self-criticism, and resistance consumes tremendous cognitive resources. By cultivating stillness, you reclaim this energy for the task itself, making more resources available for creative problem-solving and sustained attention. With awareness providing clear seeing, flow creating engagement, and stillness maintaining equilibrium, the fourth pillar addresses the quality of attention that makes difficult work effective. Focus. Focus. Even with awareness, flow, and stillness in place, difficult tasks require directed attention, the ability to concentrate your mental resources precisely where they're needed. This is the domain of focus, the fourth pillar of the Lotus method. Focus in this context isn't about rigid concentration that creates tension and strain. Rather, it's about a supple, dynamic quality of attention that can remain steadily engaged with the task while adapting to its changing demands. It's the ability to direct your mental spotlight exactly where it needs to go, illuminating each aspect of the work with clarity and precision. Many people struggle with focus, especially in our hyper-connected, distraction-filled world. Their attention jumps from one thing to another, never settling long enough to engage deeply with challenging work. or they force themselves to concentrate through sheer willpower, creating a rigid focus that quickly depletes their mental energy. The Lotus method cultivates a different quality of focus, one that's both powerful and sustainable. This focus draws on the previous pillars: the clear seeing of awareness, the natural engagement of flow, and the calm stability of stillness. Together, these qualities create the conditions for a focus that's both intense and relaxed, what Zen practitioners might call effortless effort. To develop this quality of focus in relation to difficult tasks, train your attention through regular practice. Like a muscle, focus strengthens with use. Simple exercises like counting your breaths, observing a single object with full attention, or engaging in a complex task without interruption build your capacity for sustained focus. Recognize when your attention wanders and gently bring it back to the task. This returning, not the unbroken concentration itself, is the heart of focus practice. Each time you notice your mind has drifted and redirect it to the task, you strengthen the neural pathways that support sustained attention. Narrow your attentional field appropriately. For some aspects of difficult tasks, you need a narrow, laser-like focus on specific details. For others, you need a broader, more inclusive awareness of the overall context. Developing the flexibility to adjust your attentional field based on the needs of the moment is a key aspect of skilled focus. Create external conditions that support focus. Minimize distractions in your environment. Use tools that help structure your attention, like timers or blocking software, and communicate boundaries to others about your need for uninterrupted time. Work with your natural attention cycles rather than against them. Most people can maintain intense focus for limited periods, typically 25 to 90 minutes, before needing a break. By recognizing and respecting these natural rhythms, you can sustain effective focus over longer periods without burnout. The focus cultivated in the Lotus method isn't about forcing your mind to remain fixed on the task through sheer will. It's about creating the conditions, both internal and external, where sustained attention arises more naturally. It's about working with your mind's tendencies rather than constantly fighting against them. This approach to focus draws on both ancient contemplative traditions and modern cognitive science. It recognizes that attention is a trainable skill, not a fixed capacity, and that the quality of your focus significantly impacts both your effectiveness in difficult tasks and your experience of doing them. With skilled focus, difficult tasks become more manageable because your full mental resources are available for the work. Problems that seem insurmountable when approached with scattered attention often yield to the power of sustained, clear focus, and the experience of the work itself transforms, from a struggle against constant distraction to an immersive engagement with the task at hand. The final pillar of the Lotus method addresses perhaps the most challenging aspect of difficult tasks: the capacity to persist over time without becoming discouraged or giving up. This is the domain of patience. Step 5. Patience. Difficult tasks rarely yield immediate results. Progress often comes slowly, with setbacks and plateaus along the way. This reality challenges our natural desire for quick gratification and visible progress. When results don't come as quickly as we hope, or when we encounter obstacles that slow our advancement, we often become frustrated, discouraged, or simply bored. These responses frequently lead to abandoning the task before it's completed or before we've achieved mastery. The fifth pillar of the Lotus method, patience, addresses this challenge by cultivating the capacity to persist gently over time without the burning urgency that often leads to frustration or the complacency that leads to disengagement. This patience isn't passive waiting. It's an active, engaged quality that allows for sustained effort without the tension of demanding immediate results. In many ways, patience is the culmination of the previous pillars. Awareness helps you recognize impatience when it arises. Flow helps you engage with the process rather than fixating on outcomes. Stillness provides the calm that prevents frustration from derailing your efforts. Focus keeps you engaged with the present moment rather than anxiously anticipating future results. Together, these qualities create the foundation for true patience. To cultivate patience in relation to difficult tasks, develop realistic expectations about timelines and progress. Many people become impatient because they expect results much faster than is reasonable given the complexity of the task. By researching how long similar tasks typically take, or consulting with those who have more experience, you can set expectations that support patience rather than undermine it. Focus on process goals rather than outcome goals. Instead of measuring success solely by final results, which may be distant, track your engagement with the process itself. Did you put in the time? Did you apply the right methods? Did you learn from mistakes? These process measures provide more immediate feedback and reduce the frustration of waiting for long-term outcomes. Practice finding satisfaction in small signs of progress. Learn to notice and appreciate the subtle improvements, insights, and developments that occur along the way to larger goals. This capacity to derive genuine satisfaction from incremental progress sustains motivation during long-term endeavors. Cultivate trust in the process. Many difficult tasks follow predictable patterns of development, even if the timeline varies. By understanding these patterns and trusting that consistent, appropriate effort will eventually yield results, you can maintain patience even during apparent plateaus or setbacks. Remember your deeper purpose for engaging with the task. Connecting to the values, goals, or vision that make the task meaningful provides a broader perspective that supports patience. When you're clear about why the work matters, temporary setbacks or slow progress become less discouraging. The patience cultivated in the Lotus method isn't about passive acceptance or lowered expectations. It's about a mature relationship with time and development, one that recognizes that meaningful growth and achievement often require extended periods of consistent effort before significant results emerge. This approach to patience draws on both ancient wisdom traditions, which emphasize the value of steady practice over time, and modern psychological research on grit and perseverance. Studies consistently show that long-term success in challenging domains correlates more strongly with sustained effort than with innate talent or initial advantages. With patience, difficult tasks become less daunting because you're no longer burdened by the pressure of immediate results. You can engage fully with the process, trusting that consistent, appropriate effort will eventually bear fruit. This patience transforms the experience of challenging work from a stressful push for quick outcomes to a steady journey of growth and development. Putting it all together, the 5 pillars of the Lotus method, awareness, flow, stillness, focus, and patience, work together as an integrated system for approaching difficult tasks. Each element supports and enhances the others, creating a comprehensive framework that addresses the full spectrum of challenges involved in doing hard things. In practice, these elements aren't applied in a rigid, sequential manner. Rather, they flow into and inform each other, creating a dynamic, responsive approach to challenging work. Sometimes you'll emphasize one element more than others based on the specific demands of the task or your current mental state. The art of the Lotus method lies in this flexible application, knowing which element to emphasize in a given moment. To apply the Lotus method to a difficult task, begin with awareness, taking a few moments to notice your current mental and emotional state in relation to the task. What thoughts, feelings, or sensations arise as you contemplate the work? This initial awareness creates the foundation for everything that follows. Ease into the task with flow, finding an entry point that feels manageable and allowing momentum to build naturally. Don't force yourself to tackle the most challenging aspect immediately. Start where engagement comes most easily and let that carry you forward. Maintain stillness throughout the process, periodically checking in with your inner state and returning to calm presence when you notice agitation or tension. This might involve taking a few conscious breaths, relaxing physical tension, or simply pausing briefly to reset your nervous system. Direct your focus skillfully, guiding your attention to the most relevant aspects of the task and gently bringing it back when it wanders. Adjust the breadth and intensity of your focus based on the specific demands of each phase of the work. Practice patience with both the process and the results, recognizing that meaningful progress often comes slowly and unevenly. Trust that consistent, appropriate effort will eventually yield results, even when immediate evidence of advancement isn't apparent. As you work with these elements over time, they begin to integrate into a unified approach to difficult tasks. The boundaries between them blur, and you find yourself naturally moving between awareness, flow, stillness, focus, and patience as needed, without conscious deliberation. This integration represents the maturation of the Lotus method, the point where it becomes not just a technique you apply, but a natural way of engaging with challenging work. Like the lotus flower that emerges pristine from muddy waters, you develop the capacity to move through difficulty with grace and effectiveness, transforming potential struggle into an opportunity for growth and mastery. The beauty of this method lies in its adaptability. It can be applied to virtually any difficult task, from creative projects and intellectual challenges to physical endeavors and interpersonal situations. The specific manifestation will vary based on the nature of the task, but the underlying principles remain consistent. As you practice the Lotus method, you'll likely notice changes not just in your effectiveness with difficult tasks, but in your overall relationship with challenge. What once seemed daunting becomes interesting. What once triggered resistance now invites engagement. The very nature of hard things transforms as your capacity to approach them skillfully develops. This transformation doesn't happen overnight. Like the lotus growing through muddy waters toward the sunlight, the development of these mental qualities requires time and consistent practice. There will be setbacks and periods of apparent stagnation. But with patience, the fifth pillar of the method, you continue the journey, trusting in the process of growth and development. The Lotus method offers more than just a way to get things done. It provides a path for personal transformation through the vehicle of difficult tasks. By engaging with challenges in this mindful, balanced way, you develop qualities that extend far beyond specific accomplishments, qualities like clarity, equanimity, persistence, and wisdom that enrich every aspect of your life. As powerful as the Lotus method is, it represents just one approach to mastering difficult tasks. There are other dimensions of mental training that can further enhance your capacity to do hard things with grace and effectiveness. One of these dimensions involves a practice that elite performers across diverse fields have used for centuries to prepare for their greatest challenges, a practice that allows you to experience success before you've achieved it, to develop skills without physical practice, and to transform anxiety into confidence through the power of your imagination alone. This mysterious yet scientifically validated approach might just be the missing piece in your journey to mastering life's most demanding challenges. Chapter 7, Mental Rehearsal. Close your eyes for a moment. Imagine yourself standing at the edge of a stage, about to give an important presentation. The room is filled with people waiting to hear what you have to say. You can feel the weight of their expectations, the slight flutter in your stomach, the dryness in your throat. But instead of panic, you feel a surprising calm. You've been here before, not physically, but mentally. You've walked through this moment dozens of times in your mind. You know exactly how you'll begin, how you'll move across the stage, how you'll handle questions. As you step forward to speak, there's a sense of familiarity, almost like déjà vu. The words flow naturally, your gestures feel fluid, and your connection with the audience feels authentic and powerful. What just happened? How could something you've never physically done before feel so familiar? And more importantly, how can you harness this strange phenomenon to master the difficult tasks that matter most in your life? In the previous chapters, we've explored various strategies for tackling challenging tasks, from manipulating your mindset and controlling your emotions to thinking strategically and cultivating flow. We've discovered the power of intrinsic motivation and the systematic approach of the Lotus method. Each of these approaches offers valuable tools for doing hard things. But there's another dimension to mastering difficult tasks, one that's been used by elite performers across diverse fields for centuries, yet remains surprisingly underutilized by most people. It's a practice that allows you to experience success before you've achieved it, to develop skills without physical practice, and to transform anxiety into confidence through the power of your imagination alone. This practice exists in the fascinating intersection between mind and body, between imagination and reality. It challenges our conventional understanding of how skills are developed and how performance is enhanced, and it offers a powerful tool for approaching difficult tasks with greater confidence, skill, and emotional readiness. What exactly is this practice, and how can it help you tackle the hardest challenges with greater ease and effectiveness? The answers lie in understanding a remarkable capacity of your mind, one that might just revolutionize how you prepare for life's most demanding moments. What is mental rehearsal? Mental rehearsal is the practice of vividly imagining yourself performing a task or activity before you actually do it. It's not just casual daydreaming or positive thinking. It's a structured, deliberate process of creating detailed mental simulations of specific actions and their outcomes. Through these simulations, you prepare your mind and body for the real experience, building neural pathways, reducing anxiety, and enhancing performance, all without physically practicing the task. This practice goes by many names: visualization, imagery, mental practice, cognitive rehearsal, but the core concept remains the same: using your imagination as a training ground for real-world performance. It's like having a sophisticated virtual reality simulator in your mind, allowing you to practice difficult tasks in a safe, controlled environment before facing them in reality. Mental rehearsal has been used by elite performers across diverse fields for decades, if not centuries. Olympic athletes routinely visualize their performances in minute detail before competitions. Surgeons mentally walk through complex procedures before entering the operating room. Musicians imagine playing difficult passages perfectly before touching their instruments. Public speakers rehearse presentations in their minds before stepping onto the stage. What these practitioners have discovered, and what science has now confirmed, is that mental rehearsal isn't just a psychological trick to boost confidence, though it certainly does that. It's a legitimate form of practice that creates measurable improvements in performance. In some cases, the effects of mental rehearsal approach those of physical practice, and when combined with physical practice, the results can be extraordinary. The power of mental rehearsal lies in its ability to prepare you for difficult tasks on multiple levels simultaneously. Physically, it activates many of the same neural pathways used during actual performance, strengthening connections that translate to improved coordination and skill execution. Cognitively, it helps you clarify procedures, anticipate challenges, and develop effective strategies before you're in the high-pressure situation. Emotionally, it familiarizes you with the feelings associated with the task, reducing anxiety and building confidence through repeated exposure. Psychologically, it builds self-efficacy, your belief in your ability to succeed at specific tasks, which is one of the strongest predictors of actual performance. What makes mental rehearsal particularly valuable for difficult tasks is that it allows you to practice without the physical, mental, or emotional costs of actual performance. You can rehearse a challenging presentation dozens of times in your mind without experiencing the fatigue or time constraints of actual practice. You can mentally prepare for a difficult conversation without the risk of real-world consequences if it goes poorly. You can visualize mastering a complex skill without the frustration of repeated physical failures during the learning process. This doesn't mean mental rehearsal replaces actual practice. It doesn't. But it can significantly enhance the effectiveness of your physical practice, accelerate your learning, and prepare you for moments when physical practice isn't possible or practical. It's a powerful complement to the other strategies we've explored for mastering difficult tasks. To understand how mental rehearsal works and why it's so effective, we need to explore the fascinating connection between mind and body that makes this practice possible. Mind-body connection. For centuries, Western thought was dominated by Cartesian dualism. the idea that the mind and body are separate entities. This perspective created a sharp distinction between mental activities, like thinking and imagining, and physical ones, like moving and performing. But modern neuroscience has thoroughly dismantled this division, revealing that the mind and body are inextricably connected through complex neural networks. One of the most fascinating discoveries in this field is that when you vividly imagine performing an action, your brain activates many of the same neural pathways that fire during actual performance. Your brain, in a very real sense, doesn't fully distinguish between vivid imagination and reality. When you mentally rehearse giving a presentation, for instance, your brain activates areas involved in speech production, gesture control, and emotional regulation, the same areas that activate when you're actually presenting. When you visualize playing a musical piece, the motor cortex regions corresponding to finger movements show increased activity. When you imagine running a race, your brain sends subtle signals to the muscles involved in running. These neural activations aren't as strong as during actual performance, but they're strong enough to create and strengthen the neural pathways that control skilled movement and performance. It's like your brain is doing a simulation run, establishing and reinforcing the connections that will be used during the real activity. This phenomenon explains why mental rehearsal can lead to measurable improvements in physical performance without physical practice. By repeatedly activating the neural pathways associated with a skill, you're essentially wiring in the patterns of activation needed for successful performance. When you then perform the task physically, these pre-strengthened pathways allow for smoother, more coordinated execution. Beyond these neural effects, mental rehearsal also influences your autonomic nervous system, the system that controls involuntary bodily functions like heart rate, breathing, and stress responses. When you vividly imagine a stressful situation and then visualize yourself handling it calmly and effectively, you're training your autonomic nervous system to respond differently when you encounter the actual situation. This explains why mental rehearsal can be so effective for managing performance anxiety. By repeatedly visualizing yourself remaining calm and composed in a challenging situation, you're recalibrating your body's stress response to that scenario. Instead of automatically triggering a fight-or-flight reaction, with all its performance-hindering effects like increased heart rate, shallow breathing, and cognitive narrowing, your body learns to maintain a state of alert calmness, what athletes often call the zone. The mind-body connection extends to the biochemical level as well. Mental rehearsal can trigger the release of neurotransmitters and hormones that influence everything from mood and motivation to focus and physical capability. For instance, visualizing successful performance can increase dopamine levels, enhancing motivation and focus. Imagining calm, controlled responses to stress can reduce cortisol production, limiting the performance-hindering effects of excessive stress. This deep interconnection between mental activity and physical response is what makes mental rehearsal such a powerful tool for mastering difficult tasks. You're not just thinking about the task differently, you're literally reprogramming your brain and body to perform it more effectively. With this understanding of the mind-body connection in place, let's explore how to put mental rehearsal into practice through specific visualization techniques. Visualization techniques. Effective mental rehearsal isn't just about casually imagining success. It's a structured, deliberate practice that requires specific techniques to maximize its impact. The quality of your visualization, its vividness, detail, and emotional resonance directly influences its effectiveness in preparing you for difficult tasks. To practice effective visualization, find a quiet space where you won't be interrupted. Mental rehearsal requires focused attention, so minimize external distractions. Sit or lie in a comfortable position that allows you to relax physically while remaining mentally alert. Begin with relaxation. Take several deep breaths, releasing tension from your body with each exhale. A relaxed physical state enhances your ability to create vivid mental images and makes the mind-body connection more responsive. Set a clear intention for your visualization session. What specific task or performance are you rehearsing? What aspects do you want to focus on? Having a defined purpose helps direct your mental energy and prevents your visualization from drifting into vague daydreaming. Create a detailed mental environment. Imagine the setting where you'll perform the task in as much detail as possible. What does the space look like? What sounds are present? What's the temperature? The more realistic your mental environment, the more effectively your brain treats the visualization as genuine preparation. See yourself from both first-person and third-person perspectives. The first-person view, experiencing the visualization through your own eyes, enhances the kinesthetic feel of the performance and strengthens the mind-body connection. The third-person view, watching yourself as if on video, helps you observe your technique and presentation from an external perspective. Both views offer valuable benefits, so alternate between them during your practice. Make the visualization as vivid and detailed as possible. Don't just see yourself performing the task. Feel the physical sensations, hear the sounds, notice the emotions that arise. The more senses you engage in your visualization, the more neural pathways you activate, and the more effective the rehearsal becomes. These fundamental techniques create the foundation for effective mental rehearsal. But to maximize the impact of this practice for difficult tasks, we need to explore two crucial aspects in greater depth, focusing on process over outcome and engaging multiple senses in your visualization. Process over outcome. One of the most common mistakes in mental rehearsal is focusing exclusively on the end result, seeing yourself crossing the finish line victorious, receiving applause after a perfect presentation, or celebrating the completion of a major project. While visualizing positive outcomes has value for motivation and confidence, it doesn't provide the detailed mental practice that improves actual performance. Effective mental rehearsal focuses primarily on the process, the specific steps, techniques, and responses involved in performing the task. Instead of just seeing yourself succeed, you mentally walk through exactly how you'll succeed, step by step. For a presentation, this means visualizing yourself walking to the podium, taking a calm breath before speaking, delivering your opening lines with confidence, smoothly transitioning between key points, responding thoughtfully to questions, and so on. You're not just seeing the standing ovation at the end, you're mentally practicing each component of an effective presentation. For learning a complex skill, it means visualizing the precise movements and techniques involved, the sequence of actions, the adjustments you'll make based on feedback, and how you'll handle challenging aspects of the skill. You're creating a detailed mental map of the entire learning process. For a difficult conversation, it means imagining how you'll open the discussion, the specific words you'll use to express your perspective, how you'll listen actively to the other person, and how you'll navigate potential points of tension or disagreement. You're rehearsing the communication skills needed for a productive exchange. This process-focused approach offers several advantages over outcome-focused visualization. It provides actual mental practice of the skills and techniques needed for successful performance, strengthening the relevant neural pathways. It helps you identify potential challenges or gaps in your preparation that might not be apparent when you focus only on the desired outcome. It builds procedural memory, your memory for how to perform specific actions, which is crucial for skilled performance under pressure. It gives you a realistic sense of the effort and engagement required for success, preventing the false confidence that can come from only visualizing easy victories. By focusing on process over outcome in your mental rehearsal, you're not just building confidence in your ability to succeed, you're actually developing the mental framework for how to succeed. This makes the visualization a form of genuine practice rather than merely a motivational exercise. Multisensory imagery. The power of mental rehearsal is directly related to its vividness and realism. The more completely and intensely you can imagine the experience, the more your brain treats it as actual practice. This is where multisensory imagery becomes crucial, engaging not just visual imagination, but all your senses in the mental rehearsal. When visualizing a difficult task, consciously incorporate visual details. What do you see as you perform the task? Notice colors, lighting, movements, facial expressions, the environment around you, and any visual cues that would be present during actual performance. Sounds. What do you hear? This might include your own voice, the responses of others, ambient sounds in the environment, or sounds related to the task itself, like the click of keyboard keys or the sound of equipment. Physical sensations. What do you feel in your body? Notice the movement of your muscles, your posture, your breathing, the sensation of objects you're interacting with, and any physical feedback from the task. Emotional feelings. What emotions arise as you perform the task? Acknowledge feelings of confidence, focus, momentary anxiety, satisfaction, or whatever emotions would naturally occur during the actual experience. Smell and taste. Though less commonly relevant for many tasks, these senses can be important for certain activities and can add to the realism of your visualization. The more senses you engage, the more neural networks you activate, and the more comprehensive your mental practice becomes. This multisensory approach creates what psychologists call functional equivalence, making the mental rehearsal functionally similar to actual practice in terms of the brain regions activated and the neural patterns established. For example, if you're preparing for a job interview, don't just see yourself answering questions confidently. Feel the chair beneath you, notice the temperature of the room, hear the interviewer's voice and your own responses. Feel the sensations of sitting up straight and maintaining good eye contact, and acknowledge the mix of nervousness and enthusiasm you might experience. This rich, multisensory approach makes the mental rehearsal feel real to your brain, triggering the neurological and physiological responses that strengthen performance capabilities. It transforms visualization from a passive exercise into an active form of preparation that engages your entire system, mind and body working together to build the capacities needed for the actual task. With these fundamental visualization techniques established, let's explore how to apply mental rehearsal specifically to the challenging moments that often derail performance. Rehearsing difficult moments. One of the most powerful applications of mental rehearsal is preparing for the specific challenges and obstacles you might encounter during a difficult task. Rather than just visualizing perfect performance, deliberately imagine potential difficulties and see yourself responding effectively to them. This approach, sometimes called stress inoculation through imagery, helps you develop resilience and adaptability for the actual task. By mentally pre-experiencing challenges and rehearsing effective responses, you reduce the surprise and emotional impact when similar situations arise in reality. To practice this aspect of mental rehearsal, identify potential challenges or obstacles that might arise during your task. What specific difficulties are you concerned about? Where have you struggled in similar situations previously? What unexpected events might occur? For each potential challenge, visualize it occurring in vivid detail. Don't shy away from the difficulty. Imagine it clearly, acknowledging any uncomfortable emotions that arise. Then, see yourself responding effectively to the challenge. Visualize specific strategies, techniques, or mindsets that would help you navigate the difficulty successfully. See yourself maintaining composure, adapting your approach, and continuing toward your goal despite the obstacle. For a presentation, you might visualize forgetting your next point, feeling a moment of panic, taking a calm breath, glancing at your notes, and smoothly continuing. Or imagine a challenging question from the audience, feeling momentary uncertainty, pausing thoughtfully, and responding with clarity and confidence. For learning a complex skill, visualize reaching a plateau where progress seems to stall, feeling frustration, then adjusting your approach, breaking the skill down into smaller components, and patiently working through the difficulty with renewed focus. For a difficult conversation, imagine the other person becoming defensive or emotional, feeling your own tension rise in response, then consciously returning to a centered state, acknowledging their perspective and redirecting the conversation constructively. This practice of rehearsing difficult moments serves multiple purposes. It desensitizes you to the emotional impact of challenges, reducing the likelihood that you'll be thrown off course by unexpected difficulties. It builds specific coping strategies and responses that you can access automatically when similar situations arise in reality. It develops your confidence in your ability to handle difficulties, transforming potential threats into manageable challenges. It creates a more realistic mental model of the task, acknowledging that perfect performance is rare and that success often involves effectively navigating obstacles rather than avoiding them entirely. By incorporating this dimension into your mental rehearsal, you're not just preparing for ideal conditions, you're building the resilience and adaptability needed for real-world performance, where challenges and unexpected developments are inevitable. This doesn't mean visualizing failure or dwelling on negative possibilities. The focus remains on effective response and ultimate success, but with a realistic acknowledgement of the challenges involved. You're seeing yourself as capable and resourceful in the face of difficulty, not as performing in a difficulty-free environment. With these techniques for effective visualization in place, the next question becomes how to integrate mental rehearsal into your regular routine to maximize its benefits. Make it a habit. Like any skill, mental rehearsal becomes more powerful with consistent practice. The occasional visualization session before a major challenge certainly has value, but the most profound benefits come from making mental rehearsal a regular habit, a consistent part of your preparation for difficult tasks. This consistent practice strengthens the neural pathways associated with skilled performance, builds your visualization abilities, which are skills in themselves, and creates a cumulative effect that far exceeds what's possible with sporadic use. It transforms mental rehearsal from occasional technique into a fundamental aspect of how you approach challenging tasks. To establish a sustainable mental rehearsal habit, start small. Even 5 minutes of focused visualization daily can produce significant benefits. Beginning with brief sessions makes the habit more accessible and increases the likelihood that you'll maintain it consistently. Schedule specific times for your practice. Mental rehearsal is most effective when done with full attention, not as a multitasking activity. Designate specific times, perhaps first thing in the morning, during a midday break, or before bed, when you can give it your complete focus. Create triggers or cues for your practice. Link your visualization sessions to existing habits or routines to make them more automatic. For example, practice mental rehearsal right after your morning shower, during your commute, or as part of your preparation for sleep. Use a progressive approach. Begin with simpler, more accessible visualizations and gradually increase the complexity, detail, and challenge level as your skills develop. This progression keeps the practice engaging and prevents frustration from attempting visualizations that exceed your current capabilities. Track your practice. Keep a simple record of your mental rehearsal sessions, when you practiced, what you focused on, and any insights or observations that emerged. This tracking builds accountability and allows you to see patterns in your practice over time. The consistency of your practice matters more than the duration of individual sessions. Regular, focused visualization for even a few minutes daily will yield greater benefits than occasional longer sessions. This consistency allows for the gradual strengthening of neural pathways and the progressive development of your visualization skills. As you establish this habit, you'll likely notice that your ability to create vivid, detailed mental images improves significantly. What begins as somewhat vague or fleeting imagery becomes increasingly clear, stable, and multisensory. This development of your visualization capacity is itself a valuable skill that enhances the effectiveness of your mental rehearsal. You'll also discover that the habit becomes self-reinforcing as you experience its benefits. When you notice improvements in your actual performance following consistent mental rehearsal, your motivation to continue the practice naturally increases. What began as a disciplined habit gradually becomes an anticipated and valued part of your preparation process. With a consistent mental rehearsal habit established, the final step is connecting this mental practice to actual performance, bridging the gap between visualization and reality. From vision to reality. Mental rehearsal is a powerful preparation tool, but its ultimate purpose is to enhance real-world performance. The final step in effective mental rehearsal is creating a seamless transition from visualization to action, ensuring that the benefits of your mental practice translate into tangible improvements when you actually perform the task. This transition isn't automatic. Without deliberate attention to the connection between mental rehearsal and physical action, visualization can remain a separate exercise rather than an integrated component of your performance development. The key is creating bridges between your mental practice and your actual engagement with the task. To effectively move from vision to reality, follow visualization with immediate action when possible. After a mental rehearsal session, take some concrete step, even a small one, toward the actual task. This creates a direct link between your mental practice and physical engagement, reinforcing the patterns you've visualized. For example, after visualizing a writing project, write even a single paragraph. After rehearsing a difficult conversation, draft some key talking points. After mentally practicing a presentation, review or refine your slides. These immediate actions create momentum and strengthen the connection between visualization and performance. Use physical anchors or triggers that connect your mental rehearsal to actual performance. During visualization, you might touch your fingers together in a specific way or adopt a particular posture. Then, when performing the actual task, use the same physical anchor to access the mental state and patterns you've established through visualization. Maintain consistency between your mental imagery and your physical practice. Ensure that your visualization aligns with how you actually want to perform the task. If there are discrepancies between what you're visualizing and what you're physically practicing, these can create confusion rather than reinforcement. Integrate insights from your mental rehearsal into your physical practice. Often, visualization reveals aspects of the task you hadn't previously noticed or strategies you hadn't considered. Consciously incorporate these insights into your actual approach to the task, creating a feedback loop between mental and physical practice. Use mental rehearsal during performance breaks. For extended tasks or performances, use brief moments of visualization during natural breaks to reset and refocus. This in-the-moment mental rehearsal can help you maintain optimal performance states and adjust your approach based on how the task is unfolding. Remember that mental rehearsal complements physical practice. It doesn't replace it. The most powerful approach combines both forms of preparation, with each enhancing the effectiveness of the other. Mental rehearsal can make your physical practice more focused and effective, while physical practice provides feedback that improves the accuracy and relevance of your visualization. This integration of mental and physical practice creates a virtuous cycle. Your mental rehearsal improves your physical performance, which provides feedback that enhances your mental rehearsal, which further improves your physical performance, and so on. This cycle accelerates your development and deepens your mastery of difficult tasks. As you become more skilled at this integration, the boundary between mental rehearsal and physical performance becomes increasingly fluid. Your visualization becomes more accurate and relevant based on your actual experience, and your physical performance becomes more informed by your mental preparation. Eventually, they function as two aspects of a unified approach to mastering difficult tasks. The transformative power of mental rehearsal. As you incorporate mental rehearsal into your approach to difficult tasks, you'll likely discover benefits that extend far beyond specific performance improvements. This practice can transform your entire relationship with challenging work, creating shifts in how you perceive, experience, and engage with the hardest things you do. Mental rehearsal fundamentally changes your relationship with the unknown. Difficult tasks often create anxiety precisely because they contain elements we haven't experienced before, situations we can't predict or control. By mentally rehearsing these experiences in advance, you transform the unknown into the familiar. The task may still be challenging, but it no longer carries the additional burden of complete unfamiliarity. This practice also reshapes your relationship with failure and setbacks. By visualizing potential difficulties and rehearsing effective responses, you develop a more resilient mindset that sees obstacles as expected parts of the process rather than catastrophic derailments. This resilience allows you to maintain momentum through the inevitable challenges that accompany difficult tasks. Perhaps most profoundly, mental rehearsal can transform your sense of what's possible for you. As you repeatedly visualize yourself performing at levels beyond your current capabilities, these visualizations gradually reshape your self-concept, your fundamental beliefs about who you are and what you can achieve. The person who can perform the challenging task successfully becomes, in your mind, you, not some future or ideal version of yourself, but you as you exist now. This shift in self-concept is one of the most powerful aspects of mental rehearsal. It bridges the gap between your current identity and your aspirations, creating a psychological foundation for growth and achievement. Instead of trying to become someone different in order to accomplish difficult tasks, you recognize that the capacity for these achievements already exists within you, waiting to be expressed. The practice of mental rehearsal also develops metacognitive skills, your ability to observe, understand, and direct your own mental processes. As you become more skilled at creating and controlling vivid mental imagery, you're also strengthening your capacity to guide your attention, manage your emotional responses, and shape your cognitive patterns. These metacognitive skills have value far beyond the specific tasks you're rehearsing. They enhance your mental effectiveness across all areas of life. With consistent practice, mental rehearsal becomes more than just a technique you apply to specific challenges. It becomes an integral part of how you approach difficult tasks in general. The habit of mentally preparing for challenges, of visualizing effective performance, of rehearsing responses to potential obstacles becomes automatic, applied intuitively to new situations as they arise. This integration of mental rehearsal into your fundamental approach to difficulty represents a significant evolution in your capacity to do hard things. You're no longer relying solely on willpower, strategy, or external support to push through challenges. You're systematically preparing your mind and body for effective performance, creating internal conditions that support success rather than hinder it. The journey of mastering difficult tasks is ultimately a journey of transformation, not just accomplishing more, but becoming more. Mental rehearsal accelerates this transformation by creating a bridge between your current capabilities and your potential, between who you are now and who you're capable of becoming. It allows you to experience this future self in the present moment, making the path of growth more tangible and accessible. As powerful as mental rehearsal is, it represents just one dimension of the inner transformation that can make difficult tasks not just manageable, but natural expressions of who you are. There's an even deeper level of change possible, one that doesn't just prepare you to do hard things, but fundamentally alters your relationship with challenge itself. This transformation involves not just what you do or how you think, but who you believe yourself to be at the most fundamental level. It's a shift so profound that it can make the very concept of hard things obsolete, replacing struggle with a natural flow of purposeful action aligned with your deepest sense of self. Chapter 8, Identity Shift. What if the key to doing hard things consistently wasn't about finding more willpower or better techniques, but about becoming a different person altogether? Imagine two individuals facing the exact same challenging task. The first thinks, "This is going to be difficult, but I'll try my best." The second thinks, "This is exactly the kind of challenge I live for." Same task, dramatically different mindsets. But the difference goes deeper than just attitude. It reflects something more fundamental about how these two people see themselves. The first person approaches the task as something external to overcome. The second sees it as a natural expression of who they are. For the first, the hard thing requires effort and willpower. For the second, it feels almost inevitable, a natural extension of their identity. Throughout this book, we've explored various strategies for tackling difficult tasks, from manipulating your mindset and managing emotions to thinking strategically and accessing flow states. We've discovered the power of intrinsic motivation, the systematic approach of the Lotus method, and the mental preparation of visualization. Each of these approaches offers valuable tools for doing hard things. But there's a deeper level of transformation possible, one that doesn't just give you better techniques for handling challenges, but fundamentally alters your relationship with them. This transformation involves not just what you do or how you think, but who you believe yourself to be at the most fundamental level. What exactly is this transformation, and how can it make difficult tasks feel less like a struggle and more like a natural expression of your authentic self? The answers lie in understanding one of the most powerful forces shaping human behavior, the force of identity. The power of identity. Your identity, your sense of who you are, shapes your behavior more profoundly than perhaps any other single factor. It's the invisible hand guiding countless decisions you make each day, often without your conscious awareness. When your actions align with your identity, they feel natural and almost effortless. When they conflict with your identity, they require tremendous willpower and often feel unsustainable. This explains why some people can consistently do things that others find impossibly difficult. The marathon runner who rises at 5 a.m. for training isn't necessarily more disciplined than you. They simply identify as a runner. Getting up early to run isn't a battle of willpower for them. It's just what runners do. It's who they are. The same principle applies across all domains of life. The person who identifies as a reader doesn't need to force themselves to read regularly. It's a natural expression of their identity. The person who sees themselves as detail-oriented doesn't struggle to be thorough in their work. It's simply how they operate. The person who identifies as someone who keeps their word doesn't agonize over following through on commitments. It's unthinkable to do otherwise. The power of identity lies in its ability to bypass the need for constant decision-making and willpower. When something is part of your identity, you don't decide whether to do it each time. You just do it because that's who you are. This automaticity conserves mental energy and makes consistent behavior much more sustainable. Identity also creates a powerful form of internal consistency pressure. Humans have a deep psychological need for their actions to align with their self-perception. When you firmly hold a particular identity, acting contrary to it creates uncomfortable cognitive dissonance, a mental tension that pushes you to resolve the inconsistency either by changing your behavior or by revising your self-image. This consistency pressure can work for or against you, depending on how you define yourself. If you identify as someone who struggles with follow-through, this identity will actually make it harder to complete difficult tasks because finishing them would contradict your self-image. Your mind will subconsciously look for ways to maintain consistency with your identity by finding reasons to procrastinate or give up. Conversely, if you identify as someone who finishes what they start, this identity creates internal pressure to complete tasks even when they become challenging. Giving up would contradict your sense of self, making persistence the path of least resistance psychologically. The influence of identity on behavior has been demonstrated in numerous psychological studies. In one particularly striking experiment, researchers found that simply asking people, "How important is it to you to be a voter?" identity framing, rather than "How important is it to you to vote?" action framing, significantly increased actual voting rates. By framing the behavior as an expression of identity rather than a discrete action, they tapped into the powerful human drive for identity-consistent behavior. Similar effects have been observed across diverse domains, from academic achievement to health behaviors to ethical decision-making. When people adopt an identity associated with certain behaviors, they become much more likely to engage in those behaviors consistently and with less perceived effort. This raises a profound question. If identity so powerfully shapes behavior, And if doing hard things consistently is your goal, why not deliberately cultivate an identity as someone who naturally and consistently does hard things? This is the essence of identity shifting, the deliberate process of redefining who you are in order to naturally produce the behaviors and outcomes you desire. Rather than constantly fighting against your current identity to do difficult things, you gradually become the kind of person for whom those things aren't so difficult after all. But before you can shift your identity, you need to understand your current self-image and how it might be holding you back. Exposing your current self-image. Your current identity, how you see yourself, wasn't formed overnight. It's the product of years of experiences, feedback from others, cultural influences, and your own interpretations of events. Much of this identity formation happened below the level of conscious awareness, creating deeply held beliefs about who you are that you may never have explicitly examined. These unexamined beliefs about yourself can powerfully limit your ability to tackle difficult tasks. Labels like procrastinator, not a morning person, bad with details, or easily distracted might seem like objective descriptions of your traits, but they're actually identity statements that shape your behavior in subtle yet profound ways. When you tell yourself, "I'm a procrastinator," you're not just describing a behavior pattern. You're reinforcing an identity that makes procrastination feel natural and almost inevitable. When you face a challenging task and put it off, you don't see this as a choice, but as a confirmation of who you are. This creates a self-reinforcing cycle where your identity shapes your behavior, which then confirms your identity. The first step in shifting your identity is bringing these self-limiting labels into conscious awareness. What stories do you tell yourself about who you are? What labels do you apply to yourself, particularly in relation to difficult tasks? How do you complete the sentence, "I'm the kind of person who"? Pay particular attention to absolute statements about your character or capabilities. Phrases like, "I've never been good at," "I always struggle with," or "I'm just not a person," often signal identity beliefs that may be limiting your potential. Also notice comparative identity statements, ways you define yourself in relation to others. "I'm not as disciplined as my colleague," "I don't have the focus that successful people have," or "I'm not the kind of person who can." These comparisons often become self-fulfilling prophecies that constrain your behavior. As you uncover these aspects of your current self-image, approach them with curiosity rather than judgment. These identity beliefs weren't consciously chosen. They developed gradually through your experiences and the meaning you assigned to them. They're not character flaws, but simply stories you've come to believe about yourself, stories that can be rewritten. It's also important to recognize that your current identity isn't all limiting. You likely have aspects of your self-image that serve you well. Perhaps you see yourself as persistent in certain areas, creative in solving problems, or committed to particular values. These positive identity elements can provide foundation stones for building your new identity. The goal of this self-examination isn't to completely discard your current identity, but to become aware of how specific aspects of it might be hindering your ability to consistently do hard things. With this awareness, you can begin the process of deliberately cultivating a new, more empowering identity. Defining your ideal self. With a clearer understanding of your current self-image, the next step is defining who you want to become, the identity that would naturally produce the behaviors and outcomes you desire. This isn't about creating a fantasy self disconnected from reality, but about consciously choosing the core characteristics that will define how you see yourself going forward. The ideal identity for consistently doing hard things isn't universal. It depends on your specific goals, values, and natural tendencies. However, certain identity elements tend to support the ability to tackle difficult tasks effectively. Seeing yourself as someone who embraces challenges rather than avoids them. Identifying as a person who follows through on commitments. Viewing yourself as resilient in the face of setbacks. Believing you're the kind of person who can learn and master new skills. Defining yourself as someone who values growth over comfort. These elements can be combined and personalized to create an identity statement that resonates with you. For example, I am someone who consistently takes on meaningful challenges and persists until I master them. Or, I am a person who embraces difficult tasks as opportunities for growth and follows through even when things get tough. The key is creating an identity that feels both aspirational and authentic, stretching beyond your current self-image, but not so far that it feels completely foreign or unbelievable. The most effective identity shifts occur in the zone between your current self and your idealized self, where the new identity feels like a natural evolution rather than a complete reinvention. When defining your ideal identity, focus on process rather than outcomes. Instead of, I am a successful entrepreneur, outcome-focused, consider, I am someone who consistently takes bold action and learns from every experience, process-focused. Process-based identities give you clear behavioral guidance and allow for immediate alignment, while outcome-based identities can create a sense of fraudulence until the outcomes are achieved. Also, consider framing your ideal identity in terms of values rather than specific behaviors. I am someone who values excellence in everything I do. Or, I am a person who prioritizes integrity and follow-through, connects your identity to deeper principles that can guide behavior across various contexts. The language you use to define your ideal identity matters tremendously. Phrase your identity statements in the present tense, I am rather than I will be, and with absolute certainty rather than hedging language. I am becoming someone who embraces challenges is more powerful than I'm trying to be someone who doesn't avoid difficult things. This ideal identity becomes your North Star, the self-concept that will guide your development and gradually replace limiting aspects of your current identity. But defining this ideal is just the beginning. The real work lies in bringing this identity to life through consistent action and reinforcement. Acting as if. One of the most powerful approaches to identity shifting is the act as if principle, behaving as if you already fully embody your ideal identity. This approach recognizes that while we typically think identity drives behavior, the relationship actually works in both directions. Your identity shapes your actions, but your actions also shape your identity. By deliberately acting in alignment with your desired identity, even before you fully believe it, you create evidence that gradually convinces your mind that this identity is actually true. It's a form of fake it till you make it, but with a crucial difference. You're not faking for others, but creating a new reality for yourself through consistent behavior. The act as if principle works because of how our brains construct our sense of self. Your brain constantly observes your behavior and draws conclusions about who you are based on these observations. When you consistently act in ways that align with your desired identity, your brain gradually updates its understanding of who you are to match these behaviors. To apply this principle effectively, when facing a difficult task, ask yourself, how would my ideal identity approach this? If you're developing an identity as someone who embraces challenges, how would that person react to the obstacle in front of you? What would they think? How would they feel? What specific actions would they take? Pay attention to the details of embodying this identity. How would this person stand, speak, or move? What daily habits would they maintain? How would they structure their environment? These seemingly small elements can significantly reinforce the identity shift. Make decisions from the perspective of your ideal identity. When faced with choices, ask, what would my ideal identity do in this situation? Then follow through with that action, even if it feels uncomfortable or unfamiliar at first. Adopt the language patterns of your ideal identity. The words you use, both in self-talk and in communication with others, powerfully shape your self-perception. Speak as if you already are the person you're becoming, using phrases and expressions that reflect this identity. This as-if approach might initially feel inauthentic or like you're pretending to be someone you're not. This discomfort is normal and actually signals that you're pushing beyond your current identity boundaries. With consistent practice, the new behaviors will feel increasingly natural, and the gap between your actions and your self-perception will gradually close. The key is persistence through this uncomfortable phase. Each time you act in alignment with your ideal identity, you're casting a vote for becoming that person. These votes accumulate over time, gradually shifting your self-image until the new identity feels like your authentic self rather than a role you're playing. This approach is particularly powerful for tackling difficult tasks because it bypasses the willpower problem. Instead of forcing yourself to do hard things while maintaining an identity as someone who struggles with them, you approach these tasks from the perspective of someone for whom they're a natural fit. The internal resistance diminishes because the behavior aligns with who you believe yourself to be becoming. As you consistently act as if, you'll begin accumulating evidence that supports your new identity. Small wins that gradually build a compelling case for your evolving self-image. Small wins, big identity. Identity shifts don't happen overnight. They occur gradually through accumulated evidence that convinces your mind that you truly are the person you claim to be. This evidence comes in the form of small wins, specific actions and experiences that align with your desired identity and demonstrate its truth. Each time you follow through on a difficult task, persist in the face of obstacles, or step outside your comfort zone to embrace a challenge, you create evidence that you are indeed becoming the person who consistently does hard things. These small wins might seem insignificant in isolation, but their cumulative effect on your self-perception is profound. The power of small wins lies in their concrete, undeniable nature. You can debate abstract qualities like discipline or resilience, but you can't argue with the fact that you got up at 5 a.m. to work on your project, or that you persisted through frustration to solve a difficult problem, or that you had the courage to attempt something you'd never done before. These tangible actions become reference points that your mind can draw on when doubt arises. When your inner critic says, "You're not really the kind of person who follows through," you can counter with specific evidence. "Actually, I completed those 3 challenging tasks last week, even when I didn't feel like it." That's exactly what someone who follows through does. To leverage the power of small wins for identity shifting, deliberately create opportunities for identity-aligned actions. Look for small, manageable ways to act in accordance with your ideal identity every day. These don't need to be major achievements. Consistency matters more than magnitude. Explicitly connect these actions to your identity. After completing a task that aligns with your ideal self, tell yourself, "That's who I am. I'm the kind of person who follows through, embraces challenges, persists until the job is done." This conscious linking of behavior to identity accelerates the shift. Document your identity-aligned actions. Keep a journal, list, or visual record of the times you've acted in ways that reflect your ideal identity. This creates a tangible repository of evidence you can review when your old identity patterns try to reassert themselves. Celebrate these wins appropriately. Acknowledge your identity-aligned behaviors, not just as accomplishments, but as expressions of your evolving self. The celebration isn't primarily about what you did, but about who you're becoming through these actions. Look for patterns in your small wins. Over time, you'll likely notice themes or contexts where embodying your new identity comes more naturally. These patterns can help you identify both strengths to leverage and areas where your identity shift needs more reinforcement. The accumulation of small wins creates a positive feedback loop. Each identity-aligned action makes the next one slightly easier because it strengthens your belief in your new identity. As this belief grows, resistance diminishes, making consistent behavior more natural and requiring less conscious effort. This approach recognizes that identity shifts happen through evolution, not revolution. You don't wake up one morning with a completely new self-image. Instead, you gradually convince yourself of your new identity through consistent evidence that it's true. The small wins are the building blocks of this new self-concept, assembled day by day into a solid foundation for who you're becoming. As these small wins accumulate, they begin to reshape the broader narrative you tell about yourself, the overarching story that gives meaning and coherence to your experiences and actions. Rewrite your narrative. Beyond specific labels and beliefs, your identity is shaped by the overall narrative you maintain about yourself. The story that connects your past experiences, present actions, and future possibilities into a coherent whole. This personal narrative influences how you interpret events, what meaning you assign to your successes and failures, and what you believe is possible for your future. Many people carry narratives that limit their ability to consistently do hard things. I've always been someone who starts strong but can't maintain momentum. I'm creative but not disciplined. I'm just not cut out for this kind of challenge. These stories might have originated in childhood experiences, feedback from authority figures, or your own interpretations of past failures. Shifting your identity requires deliberately rewriting this narrative to support rather than undermine your capacity for tackling difficult tasks. This isn't about denying reality or fabricating a fictional biography, but about reinterpreting your experiences through a lens that empowers rather than constrains you. To rewrite your narrative effectively, examine the current story you tell about yourself, particularly regarding difficult tasks and challenges. What themes emerge? What role do you cast yourself in? Hero, victim, supporter, observer? What beliefs about your capabilities are embedded in this narrative? Identify the origins of this story. Where did these interpretations come from? Whose voices influenced how you see yourself? Recognizing that your narrative was constructed rather than innate creates space to reconstruct it more consciously. Look for counter-evidence in your past, experiences that don't fit neatly into your limiting narrative. Times when you did persist through difficulty, when you did tackle something challenging successfully, when you surprised yourself with your capabilities. These exceptions provide material for your new narrative. Craft a new story that incorporates these positive experiences while reinterpreting setbacks as growth opportunities rather than evidence of inherent limitations. For example, instead of, "I always give up when things get tough," you might reframe as, "I've been developing my persistence through various challenges, learning valuable lessons from each experience that make me stronger." Practice telling this new narrative, both to yourself and, when appropriate, to others. Journal from the perspective of your new identity, describing your experiences and actions through this lens. Share aspects of your evolving self-concept with supportive people who can reinforce this new narrative. Use empowering language that reflects agency and growth. Replace phrases like "I can't," "I always," or "I never" with "I'm learning to," "I'm developing," or "I'm practicing." This linguistic shift acknowledges that identity is fluid and evolving rather than fixed. The power of narrative rewriting lies in its ability to transform how you interpret both past and present experiences. The same event, say struggling with a difficult project, can be interpreted as evidence that I'm not cut out for this kind of work, or as an opportunity to develop my problem-solving skills and persistence. The event itself doesn't change, but its meaning and impact on your identity shifts dramatically. This narrative reframing is particularly important for handling setbacks and failures, which are inevitable when tackling difficult tasks. In a limiting narrative, these become confirmation that you aren't the type of person who can do this. In an empowering narrative, they become expected parts of the growth process, valuable data points that inform your approach without defining your capabilities. As your new narrative becomes more established, it creates a framework that naturally supports identity-aligned behaviors. Your actions begin to flow from this story, creating additional evidence that reinforces the narrative in a positive cycle of identity development. To further strengthen this evolving identity, you can deliberately structure your environment to provide constant cues and reminders of who you're becoming. Surround yourself with identity cues. Your environment, both physical and social, constantly sends signals that either reinforce or undermine your sense of identity. The spaces you occupy, the objects you interact with, the media you consume, and the people you spend time with all shape your self-perception in subtle but powerful ways. By deliberately designing your environment to support your ideal identity, you create an ecosystem of cues that continuously remind you of who you're becoming. These cues serve as constant reinforcement, making it easier to maintain identity-aligned behaviors even when motivation fluctuates. In your physical environment, consider creating visual reminders of your identity in spaces where you frequently make decisions. These might be quotes, images, objects, or symbols that represent aspects of your ideal self. The key is placing them where they'll influence your choices in moments of potential resistance. Organizing your spaces to facilitate identity-aligned behaviors. If your ideal identity involves being someone who consistently tackles creative projects, design a workspace that makes creative work easy and appealing. If you're becoming someone who embraces physical challenges, create an environment where physical activity is the path of least resistance. Eliminating or minimizing environmental elements that reinforce your old identity. Objects, images, or arrangements that trigger old patterns or remind you of limiting self-concepts can subtly undermine your identity shift. Consider whether certain aspects of your environment need to be changed or removed. Using identity-relevant tools and materials that make you feel like the person you're becoming. The objects you use daily can either reinforce or contradict your evolving identity. Choose items that feel aligned with your ideal self, even if they initially seem aspirational. Your social environment is equally important for identity reinforcement. Seek out relationships with people who embody aspects of your ideal identity or who are on similar development paths. Their example provides both inspiration and practical guidance for your own evolution. Share your identity goals with supportive people who can reinforce your new self-concept. When others begin to see and treat you in alignment with your ideal identity, it powerfully validates your internal shift. Consider limiting time with individuals who reinforce your old identity or undermine your evolution. Some relationships are based on fixed perceptions that can make identity shifts more difficult. While not all such relationships need to end, you may need to establish boundaries or redefine their nature. Join communities or groups organized around activities or values aligned with your ideal identity. These communities provide both social reinforcement and practical opportunities to embody your new self-concept. Your digital environment also influences your identity. Curate your media consumption to include content that reinforces your ideal identity. Follow accounts, subscribe to publications, or listen to podcasts that normalize the behaviors and mindsets you're developing. Consider how your online presence reflects your evolving identity. The way you present yourself digitally can either reinforce or contradict your identity shift. Look for opportunities to align your digital expression with your ideal self. Use digital tools and apps that support identity-aligned behaviors, from productivity systems to habit trackers to learning platforms. Choose digital resources that facilitate becoming the person you aspire to be. These environmental cues work because they create a context where your ideal identity feels natural and expected rather than forced or foreign. They reduce the cognitive effort required to maintain identity-aligned behaviors by making these behaviors the default within your environment. Over time, this deliberately designed ecosystem of identity cues creates a self-reinforcing cycle. Your environment supports identity-aligned behaviors, which strengthen your new self-concept, which makes you more likely to further modify your environment in supporting ways, creating an upward spiral of identity development. The transformative power of identity shift. As your identity gradually shifts through consistent action, narrative reframing, and environmental design, something remarkable happens. Difficult tasks that once required immense willpower begin to feel natural, even inevitable. The internal resistance that made these tasks so challenging diminishes not because the tasks themselves have changed, but because you have changed at the most fundamental level. This transformation represents perhaps the deepest form of self-manipulation. changing not just what you do or how you think, but who you believe yourself to be. When your identity fully aligns with the behaviors required for your goals, the need for manipulation largely disappears. You're no longer forcing yourself to do things that feel unnatural. You're simply expressing your authentic self through actions that feel aligned with who you are. The power of this approach lies in its sustainability. Techniques based solely on willpower or external motivation tend to fail over time as these limited resources deplete. Identity-based change, in contrast, becomes self-sustaining because identity-aligned behaviors generate their own motivation. You act not because you have to, or even because you want to, but because doing otherwise would contradict your sense of self. This doesn't mean the tasks themselves become effortless. Difficult things remain difficult. But the nature of the difficulty changes. From the strain of forcing yourself to do something that feels contrary to your nature, to the welcome challenge of expressing your authentic self through meaningful effort. The resistance shifts from, I don't want to do this, to, this is challenging, but it's exactly the kind of challenge I embrace. As your identity as someone who consistently does hard things solidifies, it creates a foundation for growth across all areas of life. The capacity to tackle difficulty with confidence and persistence is a meta skill that transfers between domains, allowing you to approach new challenges not with dread, but with curiosity and determination. This identity shift also transforms your relationship with failure and setbacks. When doing hard things is core to your identity, temporary failures don't threaten your self-concept. They simply provide information that helps you adjust your approach. Your worth isn't tied to perfect performance, but to the consistent effort and growth that define who you are. Perhaps most profoundly, this identity-based approach reconnects difficult tasks with meaning and purpose. Instead of seeing hard things as obstacles to overcome or burdens to bear, you experience them as expressions of your values and aspirations, opportunities to embody the person you've chosen to become. The difficulty itself becomes valuable, not just for what it produces, but for what it reveals about your character and capabilities. The journey of identity shifting is ongoing, not a destination you reach, but a path you travel. Your identity continues to evolve as you accumulate new experiences, face new challenges, and integrate new aspects of your potential into your self-concept. This evolution keeps your approach to difficult tasks fresh and engaging, preventing the stagnation that often accompanies achievement of specific goals. As powerful as identity shifting is, it represents just one dimension of mastering difficult tasks. Even with a strong, positive identity established, the practical reality of consistently doing hard things requires systems and structures that support your intentions. The most effective approach combines the internal foundation of a clear identity with external frameworks that make consistent action not just possible, but probable. These frameworks transform abstract intentions into concrete results through the power of habitual action, creating a bridge between who you are and what you accomplish in the world. Chapter 9. Consistent Action. The ancient Greek didn't build their magnificent temples in a single burst of inspiration. The Great Pyramids of Egypt weren't constructed in a week of frenzied activity. The most impressive human achievements throughout history share a common foundation. Not genius, not resources, not even vision, but the humble, unglamorous quality of consistency. We've come to the final piece of the puzzle in our journey to master difficult tasks. Throughout this book, we've explored powerful strategies for manipulating your mindset, controlling your emotions, thinking strategically, accessing flow states, cultivating intrinsic motivation, applying the Lotus method, using mental rehearsal, and shifting your identity. Each of these approaches offers valuable tools for tackling hard things. But here's the uncomfortable truth. None of these strategies matter if you don't apply them consistently over time. The most powerful techniques in the world are worthless if used only occasionally or abandoned when initial enthusiasm fades. Consistency, showing up day after day to do the work, is the invisible force that transforms potential into reality. This might seem obvious, even trivial. Of course, consistency matters. Yet it's precisely this obvious truth that trips up so many people on their path to mastering difficult tasks. They focus on finding the perfect technique, the ideal system, the breakthrough insight that will make everything easy. Meanwhile, they overlook the fundamental power of simply showing up regularly to do the work, however imperfectly. What if the secret to doing hard things isn't finding a way to make them easy, but developing the capacity to show up consistently, even when they remain difficult? What if the key isn't eliminating struggle, but embracing it as a regular, expected part of your journey? What if the most powerful form of self-manipulation isn't changing how you feel about difficult tasks, but changing how consistently you engage with them regardless of feelings? In this final chapter, we'll explore how to transform occasional effort into consistent action, how to make doing hard things a regular, sustainable part of your life rather than sporadic bursts of willpower. We'll discover how to build momentum that carries you through inevitable fluctuations in motivation, how to practice in ways that continuously expand your capabilities, and how to create systems that make consistency almost inevitable. The journey begins with a counterintuitive insight about how consistency is actually built. Start small, but start often. When facing a challenging goal or difficult task, most people make the same mistake. They try to do too much, too soon. Fired up with initial motivation, they commit to dramatic changes or ambitious daily targets. They might decide to write for 2 hours every day, exercise for an hour each morning, or completely overhaul their work habits overnight. This approach almost always fails, not because the person lacks determination or ability, but because it ignores how consistency is actually developed. Consistency isn't about heroic effort, it's about sustainable engagement. It's not built through occasional intense bursts, but through regular, manageable actions that can be maintained even on your worst days. The key insight is this: when building consistency, frequency matters more than quantity. Doing a small amount every day builds the consistency habit far more effectively than doing a large amount occasionally. This is because consistency is itself a skill, a meta habit that underlies all other habits. Like any skill, it develops through regular practice, starting with manageable challenges and gradually increasing in difficulty. To build this consistency skill, begin with a version of your difficult task that's so small it seems almost trivial. Want to write a book? Start with a commitment to write just 50 words daily. Aiming to master a musical instrument? Begin with 5 minutes of deliberate practice each day. Working toward physical fitness? Start with a single set of an exercise you can do anywhere. This minimal approach might seem too small to make a difference, but that's precisely the point. The goal at this stage isn't to make dramatic progress on the task itself. It's to establish the neural pathways of consistency. You're training your brain to associate the task with manageable effort rather than daunting challenge, making it much more likely that you'll actually do it day after day. As James Clear, author of Atomic Habits, puts it, when you start a new habit, it should take less than 2 minutes to do. This 2-minute rule ensures that getting started feels easy enough that you'll rarely resist it, even on days when your motivation is low or your energy is depleted. Once you've established this minimal daily practice and maintained it for several weeks, you can gradually increase the duration or intensity. The key word is gradually, small increments that don't trigger resistance or overwhelm. The consistency itself remains the priority, not the quantity of work in any single session. This approach aligns with research on habit formation, which suggests that it takes an average of 66 days of regular practice for a behavior to become automatic. Some habits form more quickly, others more slowly, but the principle remains. Consistency over time is what transforms deliberate actions into automatic behaviors that require minimal willpower or conscious thought. By starting small but showing up often, you build both the specific skills related to your difficult task and the meta skill of consistency itself. You develop what some call the consistency muscle, the capacity to maintain regular engagement with challenging activities regardless of fluctuations in motivation or circumstances. This consistency muscle, once developed, becomes a powerful asset that transfers across domains. The person who has learned to write daily, even if just a paragraph, finds it easier to maintain regular exercise. The individual who practices an instrument every day, even briefly, develops the capacity for consistent engagement with other challenging pursuits. With this foundation of regular engagement established, the next step is integrating your difficult task more deeply into the fabric of your daily life through habit stacking. Habit integration. Even with a commitment to start small and show up often, consistency can remain challenging when a task feels disconnected from your established routines. It exists as an isolated activity that requires a separate decision each day, a decision that's vulnerable to forgetting, procrastination, or competing priorities. Habit integration addresses this challenge by connecting your difficult task to existing habits or routines in your life. Rather than trying to create consistency in isolation, you leverage the consistency you've already established in other areas, using existing habits as triggers or anchors for new ones. This approach draws on the psychological principle of habit stacking, first popularized by B.J. Fogg in his Tiny Habits program. The formula is simple. After current habit, I will new habit. By explicitly linking a new behavior to an established one, you create a natural cue that triggers the new action without requiring a separate decision or reminder. For example, if you already have a consistent morning routine that includes making coffee, you might decide, after I make my coffee, I will write for 10 minutes. The established habit, making coffee, becomes the trigger for the new behavior, writing, increasing the likelihood that you'll remember to do it and reducing the decision fatigue associated with figuring out when to write each day. The power of habit integration lies in its ability to make consistency almost automatic. You're not relying solely on motivation or willpower to remember and decide to do your difficult task each day. You're building it into the existing flow of your life, where it can eventually become as automatic as brushing your teeth or checking your phone. To apply habit integration effectively, identify stable anchors in your daily routine, activities you do consistently at roughly the same time each day. These might include waking up, showering, commuting, taking lunch, ending work, or preparing for bed. Choose an anchor that makes sense for your difficult task in terms of timing, energy levels, and context. If your task requires mental freshness, an early morning anchor might be ideal. If it benefits from reflection, an evening anchor might work better. Be explicit about the connection between the anchor and the new behavior. Write down your habit stack formula. After anchor, I will difficult task. This clarity helps cement the association in your mind. Start with a minimal version of your difficult task to make the integration as smooth as possible. Once the connection is established, you can gradually increase the duration or intensity. Use visual or environmental cues to reinforce the connection. Place necessary materials for your difficult task near where you perform your anchor habit, creating a physical reminder of the link between them. The beauty of habit integration is that it leverages the brain's natural tendency to form associations between sequential events. After repeating the same sequence multiple times, your brain begins to link the anchor habit and the new behavior, creating a neural pathway that makes the transition between them increasingly smooth and automatic. Over time, this integration can become so strong that not doing the difficult task after your anchor habit would feel stranger than doing it. At this point, consistency no longer requires significant willpower or conscious decision-making. It's simply what happens next in your established routine. But consistency alone isn't enough to master difficult tasks. To continue growing and improving, you need to bring a particular quality of attention and intention to your consistent practice, an approach known as deliberate practice. Deliberate practice mindset. Not all practice is created equal. You've probably known people who've done something for years without significant improvement, while others make remarkable progress in much less time. The difference often lies not in talent or even in hours invested, but in the quality of practice, specifically whether it's mindless repetition or deliberate practice. Deliberate practice, a concept extensively researched by psychologist Anders Ericsson, involves focused, purposeful effort aimed at improving specific aspects of performance. It's not just showing up and going through the motions, it's engaging with the task in a way that continuously pushes your capabilities beyond their current limits. This approach transforms consistency from mere repetition into a powerful engine for growth and mastery. Each session becomes not just another brick in the wall of habit, but an opportunity for meaningful improvement and development. The deliberate practice mindset involves several key elements. First, it requires clear goals for each practice session. Rather than vague intentions like get better at writing or improve my presentation skills, deliberate practice focuses on specific, measurable aspects of performance, improve the clarity of my transitions between paragraphs, or reduce filler words in my delivery. Second, it demands full attention and engagement. Multitasking or practicing while distracted significantly reduces the effectiveness of your efforts. Deliberate practice requires being fully present with the task, observing your performance closely, and making continuous adjustments based on what you observe. Third, it emphasizes working at the edge of your current abilities, what Ericsson calls the learning zone. This is the sweet spot just beyond your comfort zone, where the task is challenging enough to require full concentration, but not so difficult that it becomes overwhelming. In this zone, you're constantly reaching slightly beyond what you can currently do with ease. Fourth, deliberate practice incorporates regular feedback on your performance. This feedback might come from a teacher, coach, or mentor, from objective measurements or recordings, or from your own careful self-assessment. The key is having some mechanism to identify what's working, what isn't, and what specific adjustments might lead to improvement. To cultivate this deliberate practice mindset, before each session with your difficult task, take a moment to set a specific intention. What particular aspect of the task will you focus on improving today? What specific skill or component will you work to develop? During the session, maintain full engagement with the task. Notice when your mind wanders or when you slip into autopilot, and gently bring your attention back to deliberate engagement with the specific aspect you're working to improve. After each session, reflect briefly on what you learned, what worked well, and what you might adjust in your next practice. This reflection doesn't need to be lengthy. Even a minute or two of thoughtful consideration can significantly enhance the value of your practice. Regularly seek feedback on your performance from appropriate sources. This might involve recording yourself, using objective metrics, or getting input from others with relevant expertise. Use this feedback not as judgment, but as valuable information that guides your continued improvement. Gradually increase the challenge level as your skills develop. When an aspect of the task begins to feel comfortable or automatic, look for ways to make it slightly more challenging, increasing complexity, speed, or precision, or combining it with other elements of the task. The deliberate practice mindset transforms consistency from a means of maintaining skills to a vehicle for continuously developing them. Instead of reaching a plateau where the difficult task becomes manageable but growth stalls, you create a path of ongoing improvement and development. This mindset is particularly powerful when combined with two specific approaches to deliberate practice: seeking feedback and embracing incremental challenges. Seek feedback. Feedback is the compass that guides deliberate practice. Without clear information about what's working and what isn't, even the most consistent effort can lead to reinforcing suboptimal patterns rather than genuine improvement. Effective feedback closes the loop between intention and outcome, allowing you to make precise adjustments that accelerate your progress. The most valuable feedback for difficult tasks is specific, timely, and actionable. It identifies particular aspects of your performance that could be improved, provides this information close to when the performance occurred, and offers clear guidance on how adjustments might be made. This feedback can come from various sources, depending on the nature of your difficult task. External feedback from teachers, coaches, mentors, or peers can provide perspectives and insights you might miss on your own. These individuals can observe patterns in your performance that aren't visible from your subjective viewpoint and can offer guidance based on their own experience or expertise. Objective measurements or recordings create unbiased data about your performance. Recording yourself performing a presentation, tracking metrics related to your work output, or using tools that measure specific aspects of your performance can provide clear evidence of what's actually happening rather than what you think is happening. Self-assessment through structured reflection can generate valuable feedback even without external input. By asking yourself specific questions about your performance, what felt challenging, what flowed easily, what specific improvements you noticed, you can develop greater awareness of your strengths and areas for growth. The key to using feedback effectively is approaching it with curiosity rather than judgment. When feedback highlights areas for improvement, it's easy to become defensive or discouraged. But when viewed as valuable information that helps you refine your approach, feedback becomes a welcome ally in your development rather than a threat to your confidence. Incorporate feedback into your consistent practice by establishing regular review points, times when you specifically seek or consider feedback on your performance. These might be after each session, weekly, or at other intervals that make sense for your particular task. The important thing is making feedback a normal, expected part of your practice rather than an occasional or haphazard addition. As you integrate feedback into your consistent practice, you'll develop greater sensitivity to the nuances of your performance. You'll notice patterns and details that previously escaped your attention, allowing for increasingly refined adjustments and improvements. This growing awareness itself becomes a valuable skill that accelerates your development across all aspects of the difficult task. With feedback guiding your practice, you're ready to embrace the second key aspect of deliberate practice, the strategic use of incremental challenges to continuously expand your capabilities. Incremental challenges. The human brain and body adapt remarkably well to consistent demands. This adaptability is a double-edged sword for mastering difficult tasks. On one hand, it means that what initially seems impossibly challenging can become manageable through consistent practice. On the other hand, it means that once you adapt to a particular level of difficulty, growth slows or stops unless you introduce new challenges. This is where incremental challenges become crucial, strategically increasing the difficulty of your task in small, manageable steps that continuously push your capabilities just beyond their current limits. These incremental challenges prevent plateaus and create a path of ongoing growth and development. The key word is incremental. Increases in difficulty should be small enough that they don't overwhelm or discourage you, but large enough to require genuine effort and adaptation. The ideal increment creates what psychologists call productive struggle, effort that's challenging but ultimately successful, building both skill and confidence. To implement incremental challenges effectively, once you've established consistency with your current level of difficulty, identify a specific aspect of the task where you could increase the challenge slightly. This might involve duration, writing for 15 minutes instead of 10, intensity, running at a slightly faster pace, complexity, adding a new element to your skill practice, or quality standards, aiming for greater precision or refinement. Make just one small increase at a time rather than changing multiple variables simultaneously. This focused approach allows you to adapt more effectively and to clearly observe the impact of each change. Maintain the increased challenge level until it begins to feel comfortable or manageable, usually at least several sessions. This consistency allows your brain and body to adapt to the new demand, creating a foundation for the next increment. If an increment proves too challenging, don't hesitate to step back temporarily to a level where you can maintain consistency. It's better to make smaller, sustainable increases than to push too far too fast and risk abandoning the practice altogether. Celebrate each successful adaptation to a new challenge level, recognizing that these incremental improvements compound over time into remarkable progress. What seems like a tiny step forward today becomes part of a journey of thousands of miles when maintained consistently. This approach of incremental challenges aligns with the psychological concept of progressive overload, the principle that to continue developing a capability, you must gradually increase the demands placed upon it. While often applied to physical training, this principle extends to all forms of skill development, from cognitive abilities to emotional resilience. The beauty of incremental challenges is that they create a sustainable path of growth that can continue indefinitely. Rather than reaching a fixed endpoint where the difficult task becomes easy enough, you establish an ongoing journey of development where each new level of mastery opens the door to further possibilities. But even with the best intentions and approaches, no one maintains perfect consistency. Lapses are inevitable in any long-term endeavor. How you respond to these lapses often determines whether they become temporary setbacks or the beginning of abandonment. Overcoming lapses. Despite your best efforts and intentions, there will be days when you don't follow through on your difficult task. You might miss a practice session due to illness, travel, unexpected demands, or simply a temporary lapse in motivation or discipline. These lapses are not just normal, they're inevitable in any long-term commitment to challenging work. The problem isn't that lapses occur, it's how we typically respond to them. Many people treat a single missed day as evidence of failure or lack of commitment, triggering a cascade of negative thoughts. I knew I couldn't stick with this. I always give up eventually. What's the point of trying again if I'm just going to fail? These thoughts often lead to what psychologists call the abstinence violation effect, the tendency to completely abandon a positive behavior after a single lapse, turning a minor setback into a major derailment. This all-or-nothing thinking transforms a missed day into a broken streak, a failed attempt, or evidence of personal inadequacy. The alternative is developing a lapse-resilient mindset, an approach that treats missed days as normal, expected parts of the journey rather than catastrophic failures. This mindset recognizes that consistency isn't about perfection, it's about how quickly you get back on track after inevitable disruptions. To cultivate this lapse-resilient mindset, adopt the never miss twice rule popularized by James Clear. If you miss one day, make it a top priority to get back to your practice the very next day. This prevents a single lapse from becoming a prolonged abandonment and maintains the overall consistency of your practice. Separate the event, missing a day, from your identity and worth. A missed practice session doesn't make you inconsistent any more than a single salad makes you healthy or a single dessert makes you unhealthy. It's the pattern over time that matters, not any individual day. Use lapses as learning opportunities rather than evidence of failure. When you miss a day, reflect briefly on the circumstances or factors that contributed to the lapse. Was it foreseeable? Could similar situations be handled differently in the future? This reflection transforms the lapse from a failure into valuable information. Prepare for high-risk situations in advance. Identify circumstances where consistency is likely to be challenged: travel, high-stress periods, illness, and develop specific plans for maintaining at least a minimal version of your practice during these times. Practice self-compassion rather than self-criticism when lapses occur. Research consistently shows that self-compassion, treating yourself with the same kindness and understanding you would offer a good friend, leads to greater resilience and faster recovery from setbacks than harsh self-judgment. This approach to lapses recognizes a fundamental truth about consistency. It's not built in a straight, uninterrupted line, but through the accumulated pattern of returning to the path after inevitable deviations. The person who misses a day but immediately returns to practice builds more true consistency than the person who maintains a perfect streak for weeks but then abandons the practice entirely after a single lapse. By developing this lapse-resilient mindset, you transform consistency from a fragile state that can be shattered by a single missed day into a robust pattern that can withstand the inevitable fluctuations and disruptions of real life. This resilience is essential for any long-term commitment to difficult tasks where perfect conditions and unwavering motivation are never guaranteed. With strategies for maintaining consistency through inevitable lapses, let's explore how tracking and accountability can further strengthen your commitment to regular practice. Tracking and accountability. The human mind is remarkably good at forgetting or distorting information that conflicts with what we want to believe. We tend to overestimate how consistently we practice, underestimate how often we miss sessions, and selectively remember our successes while discounting our lapses. This cognitive bias can undermine even the most sincere commitment to consistency. Tracking and accountability provide external structures that counter these tendencies, creating objective records and social commitments that support consistent action. These approaches don't rely on fluctuating motivation or perfect memory. They establish concrete systems that make consistency more visible and more likely. Tracking involves creating an objective record of your practice, a clear, unambiguous account of when you did or didn't follow through on your commitment. This record serves multiple purposes. It provides accurate feedback about your actual consistency, preventing the self-deception that can occur when relying solely on memory or impression. It creates a visible representation of your commitment and progress, offering concrete evidence of your developing consistency that can motivate continued effort. It establishes a streak or chain of consistent action that you become increasingly reluctant to break, leveraging the psychological principle of loss aversion, the tendency to strongly prefer avoiding losses over acquiring equivalent gains. Effective tracking doesn't need to be elaborate. A simple calendar where you mark each day you complete your practice, a habit tracking app on your phone, or a journal where you record your sessions can all serve the purpose. The key is having a system that's easy to maintain, difficult to ignore, and visible enough to remind you of your commitment. Accountability complements tracking by adding a social dimension to your consistency. When other people know about your commitment and expect updates on your progress, your internal motivation is reinforced by external expectations. This social accountability leverages several psychological principles. The commitment principle. We're more likely to follow through on intentions we've publicly declared than those we keep private. Social proof. Seeing others maintain consistency in difficult tasks normalizes this behavior and makes it seem more achievable. Positive reinforcement. Recognition and encouragement from others for consistent effort provides additional motivation beyond the intrinsic rewards of the practice itself. Accountability can take many forms, from formal arrangements like working with a coach or joining a structured program, to informal agreements with friends or family members who check in on your progress, to online communities where you share updates about your practice. The most effective accountability relationships combine genuine support with clear expectations, people who encourage your efforts while also holding you to the commitments you've made. To implement tracking and accountability effectively, choose a tracking system that aligns with your preferences and habits. If you're digitally oriented, a habit tracking app might work well. If you prefer tangible reminders, a wall calendar or paper journal might be more effective. The best system is the one you'll actually use consistently. Make your tracking visible in your daily environment. Place your calendar where you'll see it regularly, set reminders to update your app, or keep your journal where you'll encounter it daily. This visibility serves as both reminder and motivation. Be honest and accurate in your tracking. Record both successes and lapses without judgment, creating a true picture of your consistency rather than an idealized version. This accuracy is essential for the tracking to serve its purpose of providing objective feedback. Establish clear accountability agreements. Whether working with a formal coach, an accountability partner, or an online community, be explicit about what you're committing to, how often you'll check in, and what kind of feedback or support you're seeking. Balance accountability with autonomy. While external accountability can powerfully support consistency, it's important that your practice remains fundamentally self-directed rather than driven primarily by others' expectations. The most sustainable motivation combines internal commitment with external support. Together, tracking and accountability create a framework that supports consistency even when internal motivation fluctuates. They provide external structures that bridge the gap between intention and action, making it more likely that you'll follow through on your commitment to regular practice even during challenging periods. With these practical systems in place, the final element in building consistent action is maintaining the delicate balance between long-term vision and short-term focus. Long-term vision, short-term focus. Mastering difficult tasks requires a paradoxical combination of perspectives, the ability to hold a compelling long-term vision while maintaining laser focus on immediate action. Without the vision, daily practice can become mechanical and meaningless. Without the immediate focus, the vision remains a distant dream rather than an emerging reality. This balance is particularly challenging because the human mind tends to gravitate toward either extreme. Some people fixate on grand visions and ambitious goals without translating them into consistent daily action. Others become so immersed in immediate tasks that they lose sight of the larger purpose and direction of their efforts. Either imbalance undermines the power of consistent action to transform potential into reality. The long-term vision provides context and meaning for your daily practice. It connects your immediate efforts to something larger and more significant, the person you're becoming, the impact you hope to have, the mastery you're developing. This vision infuses your practice with purpose, helping you persist through difficulties and setbacks because you understand how today's effort contributes to tomorrow's reality. Effective long-term visions are both inspiring and specific. They capture not just what you want to achieve, but why it matters to you, the values, aspirations, and impact that make the difficult journey worthwhile. This emotional connection to your vision provides fuel for the inevitable moments when motivation wanes or challenges arise. At the same time, short-term focus keeps you grounded in the present reality of what you can do today. It prevents the paralysis that often accompanies grand visions by breaking them down into immediate, actionable steps. This focus on the next action, the practice session you can do today, the small improvement you can make now, transforms overwhelming aspirations into manageable reality. To maintain this balance effectively, regularly reconnect with your long-term vision through visualization, journaling, or reflection. Take time to vividly imagine the future you're working toward, the capabilities you're developing, and the impact your mastery will have. This reconnection renews your emotional commitment to the journey. Then immediately narrow your focus to the specific action you can take today. Ask yourself, what's the one thing I can do right now that would move me toward my vision? This question bridges the gap between aspiration and action, connecting your long-term direction to immediate possibility. Practice present-moment engagement during your daily work. When you're practicing your difficult task, bring your full attention to the specific aspects you're working on right now rather than constantly evaluating your progress toward the larger goal. This present-focused attention enhances both the quality of your practice and your experience of it. Celebrate small wins along the way, recognizing that major achievements are built from countless minor advances. Each practice session completed, each small improvement made, each challenge overcome is a step toward your vision that deserves acknowledgement. Periodically review and adjust both your vision and your immediate focus based on what you're learning through consistent practice. As you develop greater mastery, your understanding of what's possible may expand, and your vision may evolve accordingly. Similarly, your understanding of what specific actions are most effective may shift based on experience. This balanced perspective transforms consistency from a mechanical obligation into a meaningful journey. Each day's practice becomes not just another item to check off, but a step on a path with direction and purpose. The vision provides the why that sustains motivation. The immediate focus provides the how that translates motivation into action. Together, these elements, starting small but often, integrating habits, practicing deliberately, overcoming lapses, using tracking and accountability, and balancing vision with focus, create a comprehensive approach to consistent action. They address the full spectrum of challenges that arise when attempting to maintain regular engagement with difficult tasks over extended periods. The compound effect of consistency. As we reach the conclusion of our exploration of consistent action, and indeed of our entire journey through the strategies for doing hard things, it's worth reflecting on perhaps the most powerful aspect of consistency, its compound effect over time. Most significant achievements in life don't result from single moments of heroic effort, but from the accumulated impact of consistent action over extended periods. This compound effect transforms small, seemingly insignificant daily actions into remarkable results through the simple but inexorable power of repetition and growth. The concept is familiar in financial contexts, where compound interest turns modest regular investments into substantial wealth over decades. But this same principle applies to all forms of human development and achievement. Small improvements compound just like interest, creating results that eventually far exceed what seems possible when looking only at individual actions. This compound effect operates through several mechanisms. Skills develop exponentially rather than linearly. As you consistently practice a difficult task, you don't just add new capabilities, you integrate them with existing ones, creating combinations and connections that multiply your effectiveness. What took an hour in the beginning might take minutes once these integrated skills develop. Consistency creates momentum that makes continued action easier. Each day you follow through on your commitment reinforces the neural pathways associated with the behavior, gradually reducing the activation energy required to begin and the willpower needed to continue. Regular practice generates insights and refinements that wouldn't emerge from occasional effort. The person who writes daily for a year discovers nuances and develops techniques that remain invisible to the person who writes intensely but sporadically. Consistent action builds not just specific skills, but meta capabilities that transfer across domains. The discipline, focus, and process orientation developed through consistent practice of one difficult task enhance your ability to tackle other challenges effectively. The compound effect of consistency explains why seemingly small differences in daily habits can lead to dramatically different outcomes over time. The person who practices a skill for 30 minutes daily will far surpass the person who practices for 3 hours once a week, even though the total time investment is the same. The daily practitioner benefits from more frequent reinforcement, shorter feedback loops, and the momentum of unbroken consistency. This insight has profound implications for how we approach difficult tasks. It shifts our focus from seeking dramatic breakthroughs or moments of extraordinary effort to establishing sustainable patterns of regular engagement. It suggests that the most important question isn't, how can I make massive progress today, but what can I do consistently over time? The compound effect also explains why patience is so essential for mastering difficult tasks. The most powerful results of consistency often aren't visible in the early stages, creating what Jeff Olson calls the slight edge, the initially imperceptible advantage that eventually creates dramatic differences in outcomes. The person who expects immediate, visible results from consistent practice often abandons their efforts just before the compound effect would begin to manifest visibly. Understanding this compound effect transforms how you view your daily practice. Each session becomes not just a discrete unit of progress, but an investment in a system of growth that will yield returns far beyond the immediate effort involved. The modest action you take today, writing those 500 words, practicing that difficult passage, working through that challenging problem, contributes to an accumulating potential that will eventually express itself in ways you can't fully anticipate from your current perspective. This understanding also offers a powerful response to the doubt and discouragement that inevitably arise when progress seems slow or results remain elusive. In those moments, you can remind yourself that you're not just doing today's practice, you're building a compound effect that will eventually transform your capabilities in ways that may currently seem impossible. The ultimate self-manipulation. We began this book with a simple but powerful premise that you can manipulate yourself to do hard things. Throughout our journey, we've explored diverse strategies for this self-manipulation, from reframing challenges and managing emotions to thinking strategically and shifting your identity. Each approach offers valuable tools for tackling difficult tasks more effectively. But as we conclude, it's worth recognizing that consistent action represents perhaps the ultimate form of self-manipulation. While other strategies work primarily by changing how you think or feel about difficult tasks, consistency works by changing the tasks themselves, transforming what was once hard into something that becomes progressively easier through regular engagement. This transformation occurs not because the objective difficulty of the task changes, but because you change through your consistent interaction with it. Neural pathways strengthen, making execution more efficient. Mental models develop, improving your understanding and approach. Identity shifts, aligning your self-concept with the behavior. What began as a challenging task requiring significant willpower gradually becomes a natural expression of who you are and what you do. In this sense, consistency is both the means and the end of effective self-manipulation. It's the vehicle through which other strategies are applied and reinforced, and it's the ultimate goal of those strategies, to establish a pattern of regular engagement that eventually makes difficult tasks feel natural and almost inevitable. This perspective offers a profound shift in how we approach the challenge of doing hard things. Instead of constantly seeking new techniques or hacks to make difficult tasks easier in the moment, we recognize that the most powerful approach is often the simplest, showing up consistently to do the work, trusting in the transformative power of regular practice over time. This doesn't mean the other strategies we've explored are unimportant. On the contrary, they provide essential support for consistency, helping you overcome the initial resistance, manage the inevitable challenges, and maintain motivation through the journey. But their greatest value lies in how they enable and reinforce the fundamental power of consistent action. As you move forward from this book, carrying these strategies into your engagement with your own difficult tasks, remember this core truth. The path to mastery isn't found in occasional moments of heroic effort, but in the humble, unglamorous commitment to showing up day after day, regardless of how you feel or what results are immediately visible. In that consistent showing up, that willingness to do the work even when it remains difficult, that trust in the compound effect of regular practice, lies the true secret of those who accomplish remarkable things. They aren't necessarily more talented, more motivated, or more disciplined in any given moment. They simply understand, at the deepest level, that consistency trumps intensity, that small actions compound into extraordinary results, and that the daily choice to show up eventually transforms not just what they can do, but who they are. This is the ultimate wisdom of self-manipulation, that through consistent action, you don't just do hard things, you become the kind of person for whom those things aren't so hard after all. The difficult task that once required elaborate strategies and significant willpower gradually becomes a natural expression of your developed capabilities and evolved identity. And in that transformation lies perhaps the greatest reward of mastering difficult tasks. Not just the external achievements or recognition they might bring, but the internal growth and evolution they inevitably create. Through consistent engagement with challenge, you develop not just specific skills, but a more capable, confident, and resilient self. A self for whom difficulty becomes not an obstacle to avoid, but an opportunity to embrace. This is the promise that awaits you as you apply the strategies we've explored. Not that hard things will magically become easy, but that you will become equal to their challenge through the simple yet profound power of showing up consistently, day after day, to do the work that matters most to you. Yet even with these powerful tools for tackling difficult tasks, many people find themselves struggling to implement them effectively within the chaos of daily life. The best strategies in the world can't help if they're constantly derailed by poor planning, scattered focus, or ineffective routines. What if there was a way to create the perfect daily structure that makes implementing these techniques almost automatic? The answer lies in mastering not just what you do, but how you organize your entire day to support your most important work. For the complete system to transform your daily routine into a powerful engine for consistency and achievement, be sure to check out the audiobook, Master Your Day. Plan, execute, achieve. Tap the center of the video now to continue your transformation journey.